Well, hey, how's everybody doing? Would you look at that? Here we are, Thanksgiving 2025. I am sitting here in my lovely Brooklyn apartment. It is 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm doing my holiday challenge that I normally do, where I try to see if I can do 8 hours of streaming. That is my challenge for myself today. 8 hours of streaming. I want to see if I can do 4 hours here, then have a lovely Thanksgiving dinner with my wife, and then after that, do another 4 hours for you all. Now, let's see if I can do it. 4 hours of streaming. I am hoping that I can achieve this goal. That is what I am aiming to do here on Thanksgiving. So, as you can see, I have awakened. I am sitting in front of my lovely bookshelf. I've got plenty of unnamed diet beverage. You remember unnamed diet beverage? That takes you pretty far back. We've been doing night streams for a while. But when we first started doing these streams, we did them on Saturday early afternoon, like 2 or so on Saturday, and we would always drink I would always talk about unnamed diet beverage. That was the joke. But here we are. It is early in the morning, and we're going to try to do an all-day stream. So plenty of unnamed diet beverage. Now, when we're ready, I think I will do the arms exercise that I often do on these all-day mega streams. But we're not there yet, and so I'm just going to enjoy my unnamed diet beverage. I'm going to enjoy it. And yeah, we're going to be here all day. Imagine that. 4 hours here in the morning, right? It's just after 9. And then the idea is that we'll do this until 1. And then at 1, we'll take a break and then we'll resume. Will I be able to do it? Will I have the stamina? It's been a while since I've done one of these 8-hour mega streams, but I am confident that I will have the ability and it should be good. I don't know if you've all been paying attention, but it seems that there is a real possibility of the Ukraine war ending. It seems that the White House really wants a deal. Trump's negotiator, Wickoff, is headed to Russia, and it's looking good. It's looking good, and I really hope that this conflict in Ukraine can come to an end. That is something I'm very much hoping for. I know there's probably a lot of people over in Eastern Europe that are hoping for the same thing. And we just have to hold out and see what is a possibility. Also, there's a lot of people reacting to that horrendous shooting in Washington, D.C. yesterday, right? There were 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were on the streets of Washington, D.C., and they were shot. That was the big news item from yesterday. They were shot. It was on I Street and 17th Street in Washington, D.C., which is not that far from the White House. It's a heavily policed area. And they were shot. The guy who shot them appeared to be an Afghan, someone of Afghan descent who had come to the United States during the evacuation of Afghanistan. That raises a lot of questions. What was his motivation? Now, there's been a lot of talk of how mainstream media demonized sending the National Guard to major cities, said it was a step toward authoritarianism, compared Trump to Hitler for sending the National Guard to the cities. And so the feeling in a lot of conservative media is that the liberal order, by playing up the idea that Trump sending the National Guard was authoritarian or Hitler-esque or Nazis, that contributed to the shooting of these National Guardsmen. We shall see. I'm still confused as to what the guy's motive was. So if this guy came to the USA from Afghanistan, and he was allowed into the country as the USA was fleeing Afghanistan, meaning that he was somebody who had done a favor for the United States, was a friend of the United States, somebody who also feared retaliation from the Taliban. So he comes to the United States, and he's here with a visa, and I guess he just doesn't like the National Guard. I just don't understand this. I've got a lot of questions. I'm sure all of us do. Um, and that is one of the problems is that often mainstream media, they will make a point of not talking about certain things because they don't want to encourage the shooter, right? One thing that there's been concern about is that when there's a mass shooting, the mainstream media does like a biography of the shooter, tells you all about who they are, where they grew up, all that, and that there's a fear that may encourage mass shootings. So they've stopped doing that as much. Um, but then there are shootings where we don't get the answer, right? And a lot of people have pointed out some of the recent shootings, such as that horrendous shooting that happened at a Catholic school in Minneapolis, right? With that shooting, we didn't quite get the whole story, and that the media is very anxious to tell certain stories when it comes to mass shooters, but not anxious to tell others. And it seems like we've had a wave of mass shooters that seem to be motivated by targeting religious people, or targeting conservative institutions, and we don't get their story. Whereas if these mass shooters were young white men with white nationalist ideas who were racist, kind of like the Columbine shooters or whatever, media would be more willing to tell that story. And I mean, there's something to that. I think, I believe there was a transgender shooter recently. And there was a lot of concern that some of the alarmist rhetoric on the internet, the idea that there's going to be a trans genocide or something, right? It did get pretty crazy during the last election, I will say. There was a lot of crazy claims going around social media claiming that if Trump was elected, all the transgender people would be rounded up and killed. There would be a trans genocide. That was particularly stupid and outrageous. But you can imagine if someone really did believe that, and they were transgender and they believed that, and they might do something crazy like shooting people. And that a lot of the rhetoric on the internet is a bit alarmist and extreme, and it does lead people to isolate. And it's all very dangerous. But look, folks, I don't want to get too negative. We just started here, right? We're just chilling and enjoying the holidays. In a second here, once I've had enough unnamed diet beverage, I am going to put my arms up and I am going to do the arms exercise that I like to do. Right? I'll just tell you all the truth. I've never been an upper body kind of guy. I did run cross country when I was in junior high. I did endurance running. But I've never been very athletic in terms of upper body, especially. And that's why this exercise that I'm about to do for you all here in a second, it's been very, very helpful for me. Number one, it helps with posture. Posture is really important. When people meet you, right, your posture says a lot to them. It shows them how confident you are. It shows them how motivated you are. It actually communicates a lot about you when you meet somebody, and that's why it's really important to have good posture. And that's why I will say one problem with electronics is that it doesn't help your posture, right? First of all, right, if you got a phone, that's how we look at our phones. Not good posture, right? If you've got a laptop, right, you're hunched over the laptop. For example, this laptop here that I'm doing this live stream on, I have it on top of a stack of books, so I'm looking up at it, right? I don't want to be hunched over it, and that electronics can be very, very bad for your posture. So I make a point of doing this extra exercise. It's how I begin my workouts. I do this exercise with my arms to try and keep myself in a good posture mode, to straighten my spine as an upper body exercise. It's actually a really, really good way to begin my workouts. I basically just put my arms up in the air and try to keep them up in the air as long as I can. That's the exercise. And it just depends how long I've been doing it. There have been times where I can go 25, 30 minutes. There are other times where I can barely make 5 minutes, and lately I've gotten out of the habit. So I probably won't go that long this morning. I've always noticed though, that there are times when I do this exercise on these streams, and I can always do it longer when you all are watching. It like gives me confidence. So when I start, and I always use John Philip Sousa music while I do the arm exercise. I've always noticed whenever I'm on here with you all doing this exercise, I can always do it longer than I normally do. So in a little bit here, again, when I've had some unnamed diet beverage, to wake myself up, right? Because I'm still in that morning mode, still drinking my unnamed diet beverage and all of that. When I'm no longer in my morning mode, I will put my arms up and we'll put on the John Philip Sousa music. And I will put my arms up and we will do that thing. We'll sure do that thing, right? That'll be fun. So yeah. But I'm glad you all are here with me. You know, I really am looking forward to doing today's mega stream because I like this kind of stuff. I really do. And, you know, Thanksgiving is an important holiday. I remember when I was a kid, you know, my family would get together. We'd have, you know, local relatives usually would come over. Sometimes there were times where I went over to other family members' houses for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is, I mean, it's just an American holiday. And, you know, we can talk more about it. I'm sure we'll have a long talk about, you know, the concerns people have about indigenous folks. You know, should leftists boycott the holiday? You know, we'll talk about that at great length at some point on these streams. I feel like I ought to put a song on or something just as I'm finishing my unnamed diet beverage. I ought to put a song or something to quickly pass the time. And then when I'm ready, we'll get back on here and we'll do the arm exercise. Because the arm exercise is a great way. And once I do the arm exercise, I will wake up, right? I will just snap into awakeness. I'm glad you all are here. Rarely do we do a stream this early in the morning. And I'm glad that you all are watching, and I'm glad you all are here. And you're going to spend Thanksgiving with me, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's going to be fun to spend time together. I will throw this out there, just like any other stream. If you would like to ask a question or get me to talk about something, the best way to do it would be to send a Rumble rant, Cash App, or Buy Me a Coffee is the best way to send a question. If you want to send a question, Buy Me a Coffee is the best way. That's the way I would prefer you do it. You know, so buy me a coffee if you can. And we're just going to have a fun morning and evening together, right? We've just been going for about 12 minutes. So yeah, I ought to put a song on or something to just pass the time here this at the beginning as I'm kind of waking up. Yeah, should we do the Boatman's Dance? Yeah, we'll do the Boatman's Dance. This is a fun, lively American folk tune of people who used to transport products on the Ohio River. This is Boatman's Dance. So we'll start out with Boatman's Dance, and then hopefully after Boatman's Dance, I'll have my strength up and I'll have my awakening up, and we can do the morning exercise, the arms exercise. So here we go.
River on the Ohio. I went on board the other day to see what the boatman had. had to say. There I let my passion loose and they crammed me into calicos. Dance the boatman dance, and dance the boatman dance. Oh, dance all night through the broad daylight. Go home with the gals in the morning. The schooner sails in too deep wine and the steamboat leaves a streak behind. Dance, Roman, dance, and dance, Roman, dance. Go dance all night to the broad daylight. Go home with the gals in the morning.
All right. Well, you just heard the boatman's dance. And I guess now I will do the arms exercise. So I got to move the desk back a little bit, right? I'm going to stand up, right? You got to do it standing. You can't do it sitting. That just doesn't work, right? And here we are, right? We'll do it this way. All right. Now this is the exercise I do here. We'll close the window. All right, well, close my curtains a little bit. I love how they get stuck like that. It's very annoying, but it happens. There we go. Now the curtains are closed. All right, so this is how we do it, right? I'm going to put on the John Philip Sousa music, and I will put my arms up in the air for as long as I can. That is how the exercise goes. I probably won't be able to do it that long this morning, but I feel like I could do it for a decent amount. I can always do it longer when you all are watching. But the idea is it corrects your posture, your upper body, your shoulders, your chest. You're holding your arms in the air for as long as you can. So here we go. Yes, I'm feeling it in my shoulders. I'm feeling it in my back. And that's good, right? I'm starting to feel the burn, and that's what makes this exercise effective. But it's very good for your posture. It's very good for upper body strength. This is just like doing a lot of push-ups, basically. Except push-ups don't really help your posture as much, right? Push-ups do your arms, your chest, your muscles, but this is helping you stand straight up while you're strengthening your upper body muscles. But yes, I'm feeling the burn. The music now is Stars and Stripes Forever. I will say, I use this track for doing this exercise. My favorite John Philip Sousa piece is not this one. It's Manhattan Beach March. I'm really feeling the burn in my upper shoulders. I'm really feeling the burn in my upper chest and in my upper back. And that's the point, right? You're straightening out your spine. You're getting stronger in your upper body. Yes, this is an upper body strength body weight exercise. You're just holding your arms above your head as long as you can. I'm feeling it. I'll tell you that much. It is burning. It is burning. That's why I'm doing it. Right? That's why this exercise is so good for me. Oh, yes, I'm really feeling it in my arms. Yes. I'm going to try to keep this going as long as I can, right? That is the goal. Keep my arms in the air as long as I possibly can. Oh. I'm pushing my stomach out. That's helping me a little bit. This is an endurance exercise. Sometimes it's harder than others, right? It's hard and then it's not hard. It's weird. Like your body is adjusting. Oh, you're gradually getting stronger in your upper body as you do this. Correcting your posture, getting your arms stronger, getting your chest stronger, getting your back stronger. This is good for you in many ways. It's all about endurance. Trying to see how long I can go. Okay. Oh, that feels good. Every time you stop, when you stop after you've done it for a long time, your back feels so amazing and straightened out. And oh wow, that was amazing. Oh wow, that is such a great exercise to do to start the day. Oh wow, I'm feeling it in my shoulders. I'm feeling it in my back. Oh man, that feels great. I did 13 minutes and 10 seconds. That was 13 minutes and 10 seconds. All right. Well, that's not the longest I've ever done it, I'll tell you that much, but it's a good number. It's a pretty good number. So 13 minutes and 10 seconds. My upper body is awake. My back feels great. That was a lovely, lovely way to start the day. I'm glad you're all here with us today. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad we're going to do one of our 8-hour mega streams here on Thanksgiving. It's like a personal challenge I set to myself, just like the uh, upper body exercise we just did, right? You want to push yourself, see how far you can go. And wow, wow, woo, woo. Yes, I'm feeling it. And I pushed myself. I can always do it much longer if you all are watching. It's just something about you all watching that helps me keep going. So I feel like I should do that exercise on these streams more often because it's quite good for me. And whew, my back feels very straight. Oh, my posture is great right now. That was a great, great way to start the day. I feel like I've awakened, right? I was still in this kind of allergies place, drinking my soda, but I did that for 13 minutes and 10 seconds, and my upper body is awakened and my back is straight. My posture is in order. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. All right. So I did mention while I was exercising that that is not my favorite John Philip Sousa tune. Is called Manhattan Beach March. It is my favorite piece by John Philip Sousa. Manhattan Beach March. And I just really love it. It's just a really good piece of music, and it's not that long. It's actually kind of short. And I don't know, did you ever watch the cartoon Hysteria? Anyone who grew up in the 90s, any 90s kids here? There was a cartoon called Hysteria. That like they like it was supposed to be educational, I guess, but they were like teaching you about history or whatever. I guess the opening, the theme of the cartoon was the Manhattan Beach March. I love Manhattan Beach March. I played it in the marching band, and there's just something about it. It's three melodies, basically, three melodies that John Philip Sousa put together. And I believe it's Irish. They're Irish one of them, the central one, right? There's the opening, and then there's the central melody that he does, which is actually kind of an Irish melody, and then he ends it with kind of a triumphant march. I love Manhattan Beach March. It is my favorite John Philip Sousa march, because I find the melody in the middle of it to be just so peaceful and beautiful and Irish, and then I also find it to be just a very triumphant march. It's the opening is a triumphant march, then the peaceful, beautiful Irish melody, and then he ends with a triumphant march. So I'm going to put on Manhattan Beach March. If I can as soon as I can get it downloaded here, I'm going to put on my favorite, by far, my favorite John Philip Sousa march. And we'll put that on just so you can hear it. There's something about it. It is very, very, very peaceful and very disciplined and regimented, very optimistic. I just absolutely love Manhattan Beach March. Stars and Stripes Forever, Liberty Bell March, whatever. But my favorite piece by far by John Philip Sousa is this one, the Manhattan Beach March. Here we go. Yes, I absolutely love that piece of music. I really do. That that peaceful melody in the beginning, in the middle of it, da 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 da. Right, I find that to be so amazing, and then the triumphant way that it ends, bum 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 bum. I absolutely love it. I really do. I like a strong melody. That's how I am. I really don't like melodies that are subtle. I really like strong melodies, and that is by far my favorite of the John Philip Sousa marches, by far. So I thought I would share all of that, share that with you all as we're starting out. We're just having an all-day stream here. We're gonna go for 8 hours today, and I'm glad you all are watching, and I'm glad you all are here, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. A great way to get me going, get me talking, would be to send a Rumble rant or a Cash App, or you can buy me a coffee. That's the best way to get me talking. So you can do that. I may even open it up, right? Why not? Right? I might open it up if you want to hop on. If you want to come on, I think I can open it up. Should I open it up? Should we do open phones? I think we might do open phones. So if you want me to talk about something, you can buy me a coffee, or you can, if you would like, you can come on. Now, I have to be able to see your face. That is generally the rule. If I have to see your face, I have to be able to see your face, and any funny business, and you're out of there. You know, any funny business, and you're out of there. But that's the way it goes. So I will, if you'd like to join the stream, here's the link. If you want to hop on and talk to me about whatever's on your mind, you can do that. We will allow it. We're going to open phones, we call it. So if you would like to be part of the conversation, you can join the stream. We're going to open phones mode. So click on that link. So yeah, you do have that option. Now you can go to open phones mode. You can join me if you want. If you want to have a chat with me here, talk to me, debate me, tell me a joke that tell me anything. I'm open to anything, right? We're just kind of chilling together for Thanksgiving. We're going to do 4 hours here in the morning and 4 hours in the evening. That's how we're going to do it. So yeah, we're going to open phones. So anyone who wants to come on the show, you can just have that link. Again, I have to be able to see your face. If there's any funny business, you're out of here. But I think most people that watch this channel regularly are good sports. I think they can handle it. So yeah, here I'll put on some music, and we'll go from there. I'll put on a little bit of music, and
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it
To the masses! To the masses! To the masses! To the masses! Dare to win! Dare to win! Dare to win!
yeah, good stuff, folks. That is our organization, the Center for Political Innovation, and we are having a great gathering in New Jersey. It is going to be a tremendous, tremendous gathering coming up in New Jersey. I've been working on my presentation, and I just got the plane tickets for all the people coming in from out of town, and it's going to be great. Earth is Awakening, America Should Join. And that will be on January 11th. So I hope to see you all there. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you are coming, please go ahead and register. Let us know that you will be there. It's going to be a great event. I really hope you enjoy it. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So go ahead and register for that event. One thing I really thought was a great thing we did about a year ago, right? About a year ago, Trump had just won the election, the 2024 presidential election. And so we wrote as CPI a letter to President Trump about a year ago, urging him to be a peace president. And I think that letter that we wrote to President Trump was very well made. Peter Coffin did an amazing job editing it. And I think it's worth showing it. I think we still stand by our content. Trump may have disappointed us in some ways, but regardless, we still stand by the content. So I'm going to show our letter that we made to President Trump. Now, before I put it on, keep in mind, you can join the stream. Anyone is welcome to hop on. We're having open phones. So if you would like to join the stream, you can do so. But yeah, I think we'll put on our letter that we wrote to President Trump. We'll do that next. We'll put on the letter to President Trump. And if anyone wants to hop on, will join me. This is just a chill stream, as they call it, a chill stream. I think our friend Terry, she does chill streams. This is what you call a chill stream, but you're welcome to join the chill stream and chat with me about whatever you want. But yeah, we're going to put on our letter to Trump. This will be our letter that we made to President Donald Trump from the Center for Political Innovation. Here we go.
Official, CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House.
A sweeping and stunning victory unlike any in our history.
Donald Trump has won the presidency for a second time.
Donald Trump, a convicted felon who survived 2 assassination attempts, making a remarkable comeback to become the next president of the United States.
He's so evil. Nazi, break out the boat.
It was a terrible night.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Dear President Donald Trump, we've all spent the last year being told Donald Trump can never win again.
But as we went and spoke with regular voters,
that's never been what they seem to think.
As we predicted, you won.
Because the system that dominates the world, the system these people live in, is in complete crisis.
Imperialism, the old order of the world ruled by big banks and monopolies, is becoming more unstable by the day.
It is relentlessly driving working families' living standards down
and pushing us towards new wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised peace.
You promised peace.
You promised peace.
They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised swift government action to improve their lives.
Together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. Success is going to bring us together.
Americans voted for you because you promised to protect our freedoms.
We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Americans voted for you because you promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
To the rich and the greedy.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
And put the people's needs first.
And put our needs first.
I want you to imagine how much better our future can be if we declare independence from the elites who led us from one financial and foreign policy disaster to another.
While many exclusively focus on the negative realities of a political campaign, we remember your Quantum Leap speech, where you rolled out some extraordinary ideas for completely rebuilding this country.
Past generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system, magnificent it was, and they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living.
We're writing this letter to let you know who we are.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political
The Center for Political
We
Innovation.
are the Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
We're innovationist
And anti-imperialist.
We are patriotic Americans.
We want to see the power of Wall Street and London defeated.
And a whole new America rebuilt on new foundations.
We exposed Kamala Harris and how dangerous she was back in 2020 with a book called Kamala Harris and the Future of America.
The book was on sale for 4 years without incident.
Then the very day she became the nominee, on July 22nd, Amazon banned our book without explanation.
They did not want people to hear the truth about her awful record. They did not want people to see how she was tied to the regime change apparatus and how she had been carefully groomed by the malevolent forces that ran the Hillary Clinton State Department.
Amazon banned our book for 7 days. Banning our book backfired. Many thousands of copies sold from July to November as people hungered for the truth about the woman we called the most dangerous presidential candidate in history.
We are proud to have spread truth about Kamala Harris and who she really is.
In the final month before the election, we were on the streets of New York City with a huge banner that said, "Only peace can make America great again."
We highlighted what we consider to be your greatest moment in your first term as president when you offered a hand of friendship to North Korea.
Our organization gives voice to what the overwhelming majority of Americans want.
Jobs, schools, economic development, and, most of all, an end to all the wars.
While many of your biggest supporters are tied to Israel, as a matter of basic human morality, you must stop the slaughter in Gaza.
As the president, you will have the power to cut off the money. The $18 million of our tax money that goes into Israel every day is $18 million too much.
You have the power to stand up to Netanyahu and the Israel lobby.
And the overwhelming majority of your supporters will back you in doing so.
You can end the war in Ukraine as well, as you have promised to do.
Russia is ready to sit down with you and make a deal.
You can lift the sanctions that are devaluing the US dollar.
You can cut off the billions of dollars in tax money that has been dumped into death and destruction.
There's an explosion of economic growth happening in Eurasia right now.
China's Belt and Road Initiative, Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and BRICS
are all full of new wealth being generated as people rise out of poverty with electrification, railway, and new living conditions.
America can get in on the action, and you can create a legacy of growth and prosperity by pushing to make it happen.
That money and technological progress doesn't need to be for everyone but us.
A share can come to our communities across the heartland and south that have been devastated by the globalist monopolies.
America can join the new world of growth and optimism and leave behind the dying world of globalist bankers.
A big step toward making that happen would be fulfilling the vision first put forward by one of Abraham Lincoln's advisors.
Build the Peace Bridge, connecting Alaska to the Russian Far East. Building that bridge over the Bering Strait would create millions of jobs and connect the United States to the wave of economic expansion happening in that region.
You also have the power to step in and protect Americans from the deep state.
You can make Facebook, YouTube, and other social media outlets stop censoring Americans who speak up.
You can free Ross Ulbricht. You can free Leonard Peltier.
We have paid particular attention to the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Omali Yeshitela.
Tucker Carlson highlighted their case in his program.
As part of the liberal Russia hysteria, they got charged with being foreign agents for their work building economic development among black people in Florida and Missouri.
You can pardon them for the absurd conspiracy conviction they received after being acquitted of the primary charge of being Russian agents.
You can repeal the absurd Foreign Agents Registration Act, a vaguely worded law
used to prosecute those who want to change U.S. foreign policy or do business overseas.
We know you can't do this alone. If you do, as you have promised, and clash with the deep state and the big monopolies,
you'll soon realize that there is one ally you desperately need: the American people.
The bulk of the population, those who voted for you because they just can't take it anymore, need to be pushed into action.
The American people are like a sleeping lion that can awaken and roar louder than ever when the time is right.
The country needs a mass movement. It's happened before, and it will happen again.
We defeated the British Empire. We smashed the slaveocracy of plantation owners. We built the labor unions and won women the right to vote. We ended the Vietnam War, and we destroyed legal segregation.
The changes that the overwhelming majority of the American people want will not come about as a result of some savior in the White House.
No matter how adept of a political leader you might be.
The masses of people in their millions are the makers of history.
And it will take an upsurge of democratic participation to bring about what this country really needs.
A government of action.
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 To fight for working families.
You are in a very important position as arguably the most powerful person in the world right now.
President of the United States.
We urge you to stop the emerging low-wage police state. We urge you to stop the march towards World War III.
We urge you to help energize and mobilize a population to assert their will over the greed of the rich and powerful.
We're building a movement of anti-imperialists here in America.
People who love their neighborhoods, cities, and communities and see that protecting them is more urgent now than ever.
We consistently look to the future optimistically and see many promising possibilities in your re-election.
However, as with all politicians, especially presidents, we cannot and will not offer blind support.
Our goals are peace and prosperity for all, and we won't hesitate to criticize you if you stand in the way.
Millions and millions of working families are counting on you, Donald.
Not just here in the U.S., but around the world.
Find the strength within yourself and your relationship with God to be the hero the world desperately needs.
It may not be your first instinct, and it may even fly in the face of much of what you've said, believed, and even promised.
But it is a surefire way to find your name imprinted in the history books for centuries.
We train our members to understand the world and how it works. More importantly, how to change things.
You will hear a lot from us in the next 4 years.
And if and when you stand up to the forces of darkness and empire, we will always have your back. See you at the inauguration. Yeah, that was the letter that we did to U.S. President Donald Trump. And I think it was great. And I still stand by the content. He's obviously disappointed us in a lot of ways, bombing Iran, the way he went after Palestine students. But I thought that was the correct approach. And it still is the correct approach. We should approach any leader who comes into office saying, look, if you want to push back against imperialism, you want to build a new world, you want to push average Americans and their interests against the Wall Street monopolies, we should support it. We should absolutely support it. And that is the unique CPI approach, right? Most of the left had this hysterical Trump derangement syndrome. We, on the other hand, we were saying, look, a lot of people voted for Trump for good reasons, but Trump needs to actually deliver. He needs to be the peace president who fights for working families. And I think our letter to Trump was brilliant. I think it was a brilliant move on the part of CPI. So yeah, if you want to join the stream, feel welcome. This is the link to join the stream, and phones are open. Anyone's welcome to hop on. You just have to have your webcam on, and we can talk about whatever you want. So keep that in mind. I did want to show. So I did a recent interview. Speaking of that video makes me think about, Marjorie Taylor Greene, just stepped down, and I continue to argue that dissident MAGA, Trump supporters who are disappointed by Trump, the people right now who are Tucker Carlson fans, Candace Owens fans, they are the most important layer of U.S. society at this time. The left is completely controlled.
But dissident MAGA, the people who really want the wars to end, the people who say America first, not Israel first, they are the most important constituency. And so I wrote an article about this that for the CPI website that was widely circulated. And so they actually interviewed me about it. Rebecca Miles interviewed me about it on WBAI. We did an interview about it. So this is my radio interview. This was, I do these radio interviews on WBAI. People don't realize New York City, the population is very densely concentrated, right? How many million people live in New York City? How many people live in New York City? How many people live in New York City? 8 million, right? In this small little city. WBAI radio station, it has about 16,000 members, people that are literally members of the station. So the listenership in a city of 8 million, right? Very concentrated. You're talking to thousands, tens of thousands of people at least, right? And I've been doing these noon show on WBAI Frontline Voices with Rebecca Miles, good friend of mine, great producer, great journalist, good friend of mine, longtime friend of mine, Rebecca Miles. She's been having me on there, and I've done a number of these interviews on WBAI where I give an anti-imperialist perspective, and thousands of people hear me. It's really a great opportunity to be able to just get on the radio in Manhattan, have thousands and thousands of people hear you in this highly concentrated population center of New York City. All 5 boroughs, all 4 boroughs, they hear you. So this was the interview I did on WBAI talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping down and dissident MAGA. So keep in mind, tens of thousands of people at minimum heard this interview. So here we go.
Welcome to the show, Caleb Maupin, political analyst, journalist, and founder of the Center for Political Innovation. Welcome to the show this afternoon.
Sure, glad to be here.
So I wanted to start with this this essay that you had put together about Marjorie Taylor Greene saying she had resigned. The Georgia Congresswoman, I should explain, Marjorie Taylor Greene, said she'd resigned to avoid becoming a tool of the establishment she opposed after Trump labeled her Marjorie Traitor Greene. Do you see her resignation as a principled move or a strategic retreat to preserve her influence within dissident MAGA? And just for listeners not familiar with her, perhaps you can give a sort of small snapshot of who she is and what she's been up to in the past year since the Trump administration took over won the election.
Sure. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a very prominent conservative in the U.S. Congress. She was considered pure MAGA, right? Make America Great Again. And she was labeled the QAnon Congresswoman when she first got elected. She was accused of being anti-Semitic because one of her posts was interpreted as promoting a conspiracy theory that somebody said was something. And she was condemned by the House of Representatives when she first came in for promoting conspiracy theories. And she was viewed as somebody who was very solidly in Trump's camp, was a big defender of the January 6th inmates, and was very, very much in favor of opposing wars around the world and not engaging in regime change wars. She was considered to be far right and a pretty important, solid part of Trump's camp. And she just announced her resignation on Friday, and she's stepped down. And she had increasingly come at odds with the White House over the issue of Israel and Palestine. She was opposing U.S. support for Israel and saying that while she didn't approve of Hamas, that she couldn't support the USA spending money to kill Palestinian children while America is left behind. She also was harshly critical of Trump in relation to the Epstein issue and wanting the Epstein files released, and had become very friendly with the Epstein victims, had press conferences with them on Capitol Hill. And she was close to Thomas Massie, who's a Republican from the U.S. state of Kentucky, who's also been quite critical of the White House, and Donald Trump has been quite critical of Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is more of a libertarian, not a regular Republican. He comes out of the libertarian movement, and Trump had been harshly critical of Thomas Massie. But Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene seem to be close, but in the last couple of weeks, Trump has come out against Marjorie Taylor Greene, called her Marjorie Traitor Greene, etc. And based on that,
she was getting quite a bit of attention. She appeared on The View. She appeared on Bill Maher's show. And it seemed like with her criticism of Trump around the issue of Israel and Palestine, around the Epstein files, she was getting a lot of mainstream play. Trump called her Marjorie Trader Green. She was getting death threats, and she announced that she's leaving Congress on January 8th. And that came as a very shocking announcement because people saw as she was kind of entering the spotlight. She was getting more attention, right? She was kind of a rising star because the Democratic establishment that was critical of Trump had decided to highlight her. And that shows that there's kind of a gap in MAGA, right? When I talk about dissident MAGA, right? You know, there's Donald Trump and his movement, Make America Great Again. But there's certain things he said on the campaign trail about no new wars, no foreign wars, about opposing the HB1 visas. Also, you know, he was going to release the Epstein files and expose the deep state, release all kinds of information about what the U.S. Intelligence apparatus and FBI have been up to. There's many people in the MAGA camp, like Tucker Carlson, like Candace Owens, and others who are unhappy with what the Trump administration has done. And they're part of the MAGA movement, but they're what you can call dissident MAGA. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was probably the face of dissident MAGA, and she is now leaving the U.S. Congress. It's an important development.
Your article argues that dissident MAGA is the only visible cluster of solid opposition to wars, attacks on civil liberties, and the impoverishment of working families. How accurate is that portrayal, and what explains the decline of anti-war politics on the traditional left?
Well, if you look at it, when it comes to what's going on around the world, the left is critical of U.S. support for Israel, and that puts them at odds with the establishment. But on almost every other issue, they seem to be lined up. The left routinely has anti-China demonstrations. The left have been the biggest supporters of sending weapons to Ukraine to prolong the conflict. And one of the most blatant cases was the Uhuru case. The African People's Socialist Party, a black socialist organization, was charged by the U.S. government not for their activities, but for their speech. They said that with their speech, they were acting as Russian agents. Biden sent the FBI after them. They were indicted and dragged into federal court, and the left did nothing to support them. And for the most part, the left was completely silent when it came to the case. A huge attack on civil liberties. The ACLU did nothing, etc. Now, Scott Ritter, who is a conservative, he supported them. Tucker Carlson supported them. And my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we were out in front of the federal courthouse in Tampa, but the left couldn't even support a group of black socialists who were being prosecuted for their anti-war speech, where the Biden administration was saying that that was acting as a foreign agent. And it seems like the left has become just part of the establishment, whereas this layer called dissident MAGA, of people that are supporters and voted for Donald Trump, but now disapprove of what he's done since taking office and say that he should be true to his principles and say America first doesn't mean Israel first, to release the Epstein files, release the FBI information that he said he would release. The dissident MAGA is a particularly large section of the U.S. public if you look at polls. I mean, we're talking, you know, maybe up to 20-30% of Americans are in this category of dissident MAGA. And the podcasts of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and people like that have a wide listenership. And it seems like that is the layer of U.S. society that is the most opposed to the foreign wars the U.S. government is waging, to FBI repression and attacks on civil liberties. And that's really an important section of the U.S. public to pay attention to. I mean, just today, CBS News came out with a poll. 70% of Americans are opposed to an attack on Venezuela. 70%. 7 out of 10 Americans. That's huge, right? Americans don't want new wars. Trump was elected on a platform of saying he doesn't want new wars, but he hasn't carried it out. He's bombed Iran. He's continued to support Israel. He hasn't solved the Ukraine conflict like he said he would solve it. And he's gone after pro-Palestine students, and taken away visas for their legal, activism criticizing Israel. So Trump hasn't stayed true to a lot of what he campaigned for, but there's a big section of Americans who voted for him who are demanding that he actually do that. And that's really, really significant.
You claim that Greene's resignation came with a bombshell revelation that another impeachment of Trump is looming. What do you think the political impact would be if a second impeachment effort materializes while Trump is in office?
Well, that was very shocking. And that's, if you watch Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation statement from Friday, she did a video. She also did a written statement. She said that there's going to be another impeachment of Donald Trump. And like, that's a huge revelation. Where is this coming from? There's no articles that have been drawn up yet. But she says there's going to be another impeachment of Trump, and that part of the reason she was stepping down is that she has been a loyal and supporter of Trump. She's spent millions of dollars of her own money to be a defender of the White House, and that she couldn't stomach having to go through an impeachment proceeding against Trump where she would be defending him while his supporters were sending her death threats, while she was being called Marjorie Trader Green, etc. So that's a huge revelation for her to just throw that out there, right? That it seems that behind closed doors, it's already been determined that there will be another impeachment proceeding against Donald Trump. Now, that's huge. And she didn't give any details about what it would be, etc. It's also important to note that as soon as she stepped down, CBS News and other outlets came out with a claim that she was planning a presidential run in 2028. And she immediately came out and unequivocally said that is not the truth. She is not planning to run in 2028. That is fake news, and that she has absolutely no intention of doing that. And I thought that was quite interesting as well. And that what it appears is that there is some complicated geopolitical, I shouldn't say geopolitical, but, domestic political maneuvering going on. And that there's this big gap in MAGA right now between Trump supporters who are disappointed and don't support Israel and people that are still supporting the White House and impressed and think he's doing a great job, which is not a very high number of Americans. Look at the approval ratings, and that it seems like the Democratic Party was trying to maneuver and utilize that wedge, and that's why Donald Trump, after he denounced Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was getting so much attention in the mainstream press. There was a hope that the Democratic Party could kind of utilize that wedge within between MAGA dissidents and supporters of the White House in order to maneuver effectively. And I think you can almost put the meeting between Trump and Mamdani into that category. That's an important thing to understand in relation to how that meeting at the White House went down.
Well, expand on that. What do you mean?
Well, during the campaign, Mamdani, our mayor-elect here in New York City, was called a jihadist and a communist and all kinds of things by Trump. He urged people to vote for Cuomo, one of his political enemies, to make sure that Mamdani didn't get in. But Mamdani's in, and he went to the White House, and everyone was expecting it would be quite an uncomfortable meeting. Mamdani has called Trump a fascist. Mamdani made opposing Trump's immigration policies a big point of his campaign. But everyone watched the meeting. They were more friendly than anyone could believe. They were just really charming to each other. I mean, really, really friendly to each other. And it was a jaw dropper. Many people were shocked, like, how is this possible? But then one has to take into account that dissident MAGA voted for Mamdani. And that's an important thing to remember, that and Mamdani acknowledged this. 1 in 10 Mamdani supporters, 1 in 10 people that voted for Mamdani in this election were Trump supporters. And they were largely people that were dissident MAGA who saw Mamdani's election as basically a referendum on U.S. support for Israel, and they're anti-Israel. And so they voted for Mamdani. And I know quite a few of those voters, right? There's a lot of Republicans in New York City who knew that Curtis Sliwa was not going to win, but knew that Cuomo was the pro-Israel candidate. And Mamdani, even though he is technically, supports Israel, and even though he's emphasized he wants to oppose anti-Semitism and emphasize and continue funding for anti-hate crimes programs, he's not a supporter of Israel, and he's an opponent of Netanyahu. And that a big layer of Trump supporters voted for Mamdani. And Trump was using that Oval Office meeting to position himself and say, look, I am an enemy of the political establishment. And Mamdani has gotten in against the Democratic Party machine that has run New York City. That's Cuomo was a symbol of the Democratic Party, Tammany Hall, local corrupt political machine. Mamdani won in opposition to it. And Trump was saying, look, I'm against the establishment as well. And I think that relates to the Democrats trying to utilize dissident MAGA and kind of, dig a hole and sow division within the MAGA camp. And that's Trump trying to throw a bone to the people that were Marjorie Taylor Greene fans, that are Tucker Carlson fans, etc., and say to them, look, I hear you, and you all voted for Mamdani because, he's against the establishment. I'm against that establishment as well.
You argue that Greene will become a martyr in dissident MAGA circles now, and that many believe her exit is linked to the work of the Israel lobby. How is Greene's resignation reshaping the internal dynamics of the pro and anti-Israel factions within the MAGA movement?
Well, here's the thing. We all saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk and how Charlie Kirk became like the martyr of the MAGA movement, right? He was killed. However, who killed Charlie Kirk, right? Whether it was a lone gunman, whether it was the crazed radical left with their anti-MAGA rhetoric, but among dissident MAGA, among Marjorie Taylor Greene fans, among Tucker Carlson fans, and a lot of people who pay attention to what Max Blumenthal has said at the Gray Zone, there is a very strong belief that, and Candace Owens has also put this out, that Charlie Kirk, who was a big supporter of Israel, had turned down a deal that he was going to become, a pro-Israeli media voice. He'd been offered a contract to do pro-Israel work, and he had turned it down, and that his views on Israel were starting to shift, and that is why he was killed. Now, there's a lot of debate, and many people maintain that is not the case, but, there are a lot of leaked phone calls and text messages that the people who believe this very strongly believe it. So in light of the fact that Charlie Kirk was killed and that dissident MAGA largely believe he was killed for potentially turning against Israel, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, I got death threats and I'm stepping down, is going to be interpreted by dissident MAGA as, oh, Israel threatened to kill her. Whether that's what happened or not, I'm not saying that's necessarily what happened, but, it's going to be interpreted that way. And that Marjorie Taylor Greene had come out against Israel and made a big point of saying MAGA, not MIGA, make America great again, not make Israel great again. That had become kind of her defining position, and that seems to be the basis on which Trump broke with her, that and the Epstein files. It's going to be interpreted as the Israel lobby threatened and pushed Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Congress. That's just how people are going to see it, whether that's true or not.
Okay, if we could switch gears now to what's unfolding in Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in Geneva talking about Trump's Ukraine peace plan. And he said it was probably the best meeting and day we've had so far. What can you tell us about what you're hearing about this negotiation, this 28-point plan?
The 28-point plan is the most realistic proposal to end the Ukraine war we've heard from the U.S. side and from the Ukrainian side and the NATO side this entire time. It has issues that obviously that there are things that Russia is not thrilled about, and there are things that will probably be discussed further. But those 28 points are points that largely Russia could agree to: the recognition of the new republics, Ukraine agreeing to not join NATO, Ukraine being rebuilt and maintaining an army of only a certain size, and that this is actually a realistic proposal. That's not to say that Russia agrees with everything in it and wouldn't have some objections, but it's realistic, right? And that's really important. And that Trump has given Ukraine, he said, until Thanksgiving to agree to the deal or not. Now, the European Union is saying they're coming up with a counter proposal. The leaking of this deal was done because apparently this was all discussed in Alaska. All of this was discussed in Alaska. But then things didn't continue. So the leaking was done in the hopes of, restarting and getting things moving in terms of what was already discussed in Alaska. But at this point, many people expect that the European Union and Ukraine will reject the deal. But if they do, Donald Trump says, Ukraine, if you reject this, you're on your own. You had your chance. And it'll be interesting to see if Trump actually means that, because Trump has threatened to cut off aid to Ukraine a number of times. It hasn't actually happened as of yet. But if that does go forward, and that is the case, Ukraine's done. They're losing on the battlefield right now. They are losing epically. The losses, the advancement of Russia. So, it could be that Ukraine doesn't take this deal. And then is completely overrun by Russia. And that is Donald Trump's opportunity to say, look, you had your chance. I gave you a deal. The borders would have been right there. The fighting would have been over. You didn't take it. I am comparing this situation to Biden's Afghan pullout. We all know that Biden's Afghan pullout went so badly, not just because of mismanagement, but there was some intentional effort by forces that did not want the Biden administration to pull out and forces that just didn't like the Biden administration to make that pullout go badly, and that the Ukraine conflict is going to end, and that there are forces, especially in the NATO countries and the European Union and in Britain in particular, that are going to try and have this end in the way that looks as bad as possible for both Russia and Trump. They don't want it to end, but it's going to end because Ukraine has lost, and they're just continuing to throw bodies at a conflict that's already pretty much over. And they want this to end in a way that Russia is widely hated, that Donald Trump is widely viewed as selling out to Russia, etc. They want this to go as badly as possible. And I think Trump has known that, and the reason we've seen such a delay in bringing the conflict to a close is he's trying to minimize the damage to his reputation that will come from ending the conflict. And I think there's been a realization over the course of the last year that this is about as good as it's going to get. Trump's approval ratings are very, very low right now, and that when the Ukraine war ends, they will pull out all the stops to make it end in a way that looks bad for Trump, and there's nothing he can do about it. But this deal, which is likely to be rejected by Ukraine and the European Union, that gives Trump the ability to say, okay, you had your chance, you're on your own, and pull out. And whatever happens then, the loss of Ukraine on the battlefield, which is imminent and, at this point inevitable, the loss does not come as something Trump can be blamed for. He can say, I tried to prevent it.
Caleb, we've run out of time as usual. We just get started with you and then the time goes. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Grateful for your insights, and we'll have you back.
Sure thing. Always a pleasure.
Okay.
Yep. Those WBAI interviews are very important. Tens of thousands of people at minimum are listening to them. And, the population is very highly concentrated in New York City. And it's just a great opportunity to put forward the anti-imperialist message, to give analysis. We talked about dissident MAGA being the most important constituency right now. It was very important. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do those. I've done quite a few. I've done at least 10 of those WBAI noon interviews throughout the last year. And it's a really important opportunity. The efforts of CPI, we are largely an outreach-oriented organization. The goal is to spread anti-imperialism. For example, we distributed this book in bulk, right? This book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For?, which is a book that's less than 100 pages long, and it goes over the history of the Houthi movement, explains Ansar Allah and their interpretation of Shia Islam, explains how, they are an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist movement fighting for the people of Yemen and their sovereignty. And it lays out an anti-imperialist case. And, the book talks about how it's a picket line, right? What they did in the Red Sea was a picket line. It's just like when Teamsters go on strike, right? They were, saying boycott Israel and enforcing a boycott of Israel to support the Palestinians. And we distributed this book in bulk. And this book has gotten a lot of feedback, a lot of positive feedback. People have read it and said, wow, they wanted to join CPI because they read the book. And so it's really great. So we do have somebody who's coming on. As I said, the phone lines are open. Anway, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing.
Hey, what's new? Can you hear me? Oh, he seems to be having connection issues there. Yeah, Anway from India is a regular viewer. I always see Anway in the chat. He seems very excited about what we're doing here, but he seems to be having a connection issue. So maybe he can come back on in a bit when he gets his connection fixed there. But Anway from India is a beloved member of our community here. Always engaging, and we really appreciate it. He's quite excited about the Innovationist Project and what it is that we have to offer. So hopefully he can figure that out. But that's one of the main things we do is we just do distributions. I understand there have been some banner drops that have been taking place. Hopefully there'll be video of that soon. I'm not saying where, but there's been some banner drops for anti-imperialism in the last day or two. I'm very excited. We should have the video of that very soon. Our community, we're always doing outreach. We're always engaging people. The LA wing of CPI is always out there, hands off Venezuela. They've been doing Hands Off Venezuela outreach all across Southern California. They went to Venice Beach, and we're just constantly doing outreach and spreading the message. It's very, very, very important activity. So, yeah, unfortunately, trying to join again. No problem. Yeah, come on. Yeah, you can come on if you're welcome. But we are an outreach-oriented organization, right? It is not enough to speak to people that agree with you, right? And that American lingo, they call that preaching to the choir, right? Preaching to the people who already agree with you. The idea is to get to the masses of the American people with an anti-imperialist message. That's the idea. So let's see. How's
Hello.
it going?
How are you doing?
Good, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good, good. Great. I can hear you. How's it going?
It's going good over here in Dubai. I'm in Dubai now.
Okay. So what's new? What's new in India?
There's nothing new over there. It's new in America over there.
Well,
Everything's taking place.
yeah. Well, we've got a new mayor in New York City, Mamdani. Very interesting situation. And there's hope for a peace deal in Ukraine, and that is new. And it seems like the most serious attempt at ending the conflict that we've seen in a while.
Sure.
So, what are your thoughts on that?
It's going to be a good deal, you know. When both the governor and president got deal with themselves for a better business platform to get created in New York. Got to empower the working class. Got to empower the business sector over there. Provide massive employment to the people.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble understanding you. I think there might be an issue with your mic.
Yeah, network is not good over here actually.
Oh, much better. Yeah, I can hear you much clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
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 What I said, there must be a good negotiation between the governor and the president of America for better business deal to be signed for the establishment of business sectors in energy, in transportation, in real estate, for providing job to the jobless and home to the homeless,
Yeah.
for empowering the working class. That's what the goal should be.
Yeah. So I noticed that you're below your name, you put innovationist for transformation.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Because we believe in innovationism.
Right. Good.
Yeah. Innovationism by virtue of science and technological development and materialistic development. And we're going to develop dialectical materialism, scientific materialism. That matters a lot.
Very good. Excellent. Yeah, I'm all about it. Human technology, human creative power.
Sure.
Indeed.
For the mankind, for the development of humanity. That matters a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tell me, what's on your mind lately? Have you been reading any good books, or you've been doing research on any interesting topics, or?
Yeah, right now, in India, the elections are taking place in some of the states. So still the Modi government is in power. So the opposition is not that much strong over there. So they're not able to defeat the so-called anti-secular and communalized power, to say that. So there's no growth taking place according to many people over there.
Interesting. Okay. I know that the main party opposing Modi is the Congress Party, right?
Yeah, they're same liberal wing. No, it's kind of liberal wing, liberal leftist, liberal centrist. They're not Marxist anymore, and I don't find a scientific or democratic alternative to replace any kind of authoritarian power. That kind of authoritarianism going on here in India.
Right. And then it's the BJP, the Hindu Nationalist Party, right?
Yeah.
Is his party. Would you say that they're in a strong position, that most of the population is with them?
According to ground report, many people go against them, but the mainstream media, they are always for them.
Okay. And also, you have the left, right, in India. I have.
They have been wiped out. I think so. They ain't kind of left anymore. Yeah, they're living in Kerala over there. Kerala is strong over there.
Okay. Interesting.
But, But for us, we just believe in innovationism. Those who are working for us, for the betterment of mankind, for the betterment of humanity, demands a lot. For the betterment of the business sectors, for the betterment of the world, for the betterment of the working class worldwide, demands a lot.
Yeah. So what do you think? I know that Modi seems to have a good relationship with Russia, but not so much with China. You know, how is that going? Like, do you think that there's an opportunity for Russia?
It's all about oil. You know, buying Russian oil at low cost. That's what they're doing over there, and selling to some smaller countries. And even they're building weapons and selling to some smaller countries. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, right. Didn't India at one point consider buying Russian missiles, Russian S-400 missiles, I believe, right?
Definitely. Yeah, they bought BrahMos of it. You know?
Yeah.
BrahMos of Russia.
Yeah, that seems to be something the USA doesn't like when Russia sells people S-400 missiles. The USA really wants to have a monopoly on the sales of high-grade weapons. And whenever any country buys S-400 missiles from Russia, it makes them mad. You know, Scott Ritter's been highlighting this Oroshenk, right? This Oroshenk missile, right, that Russia developed, right? You know, have you looked into that? I guess, you know, this missile that
I just read about it. 400, a bit of a Nighthawk.
Okay.
Many other missiles with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that is one aspect of U.S. monopolism is basically if you want good military weapons, you have to buy them from the United States, right? The USA wants a monopoly on oil. The USA wants a monopoly on agricultural products, and the USA seems to want a monopoly on weapons. And that many countries around the world are not buying their oil from America; they're buying it from Russia or Iran or Venezuela. And a lot of countries are buying their weapons from Russia as well, right? The S-400 missiles or other weaponry, they're getting it from Russia, right?
So, what's the views on the Russia-Ukraine war now? President has signed a deal, I think so.
Yeah, I hope it ends. You know, I really hope that this is serious. And it seems to me that there is a feeling in Russia, if you pay attention to Russian media, that they really do believe Trump wants to end the deal. The question is, will he be able to get Europe and Ukraine to go along with it? Because you know, European Union, Ukraine, but they just don't want it. The other thing is that there's been some new leaks now. Classified phone calls that are on secure lines have been leaked, right? Wyckoff talking to Russian officials. It's been leaked, and they're revealing that. I mean, our government is heavily infiltrated here in America. I mean, the British intelligence, you know, they have thoroughly infiltrated it, and we've got audio.
That's not a good sign at all.
Not a good sign at all. Yeah, we've got audio recordings of secure conversations between Wyckoff, the Trump's negotiator, and Russian government officials that are being leaked, meaning that somebody recorded them and got them and gave them to Bloomberg. That's big, right? So I mean, you know, I that's one thing. That's where the standard left, you know, their narrative is just, oh, it's U.S. imperialism, USA bad. Well, it's more complicated than that because the USA is very much tied in with the British Empire system, right? And with you know, and with, you know, MI6 has a lot of power, and it seems like we're now getting, you know, leaked phone calls. I mean, it's like they're leaking stuff, right? John Bolton, who was Trump's you know, advisor in the first term, who's turned against Trump, he's being charged with selling secrets to NATO countries, right? And it seems like
that's very bad.
Yeah, Trump, I mean, he represents kind of a layer of the U.S. government that is not wanting to be part of you know, full-on collaboration with Europe, and right, that was kind of, you know, I remember when Bush was in office, right? France opposed USA invading Iraq, and so, you know, in the in the U.S. Congress, they changed French fries to freedom fries, right? Because we didn't want to be French. Right, and
2003, I guess.
Yeah, and so it was freedom fries instead of French fries, and there was just hatred for France and Germany, but then Obama, when he got elected, he reestablished kind of friendship with the NATO countries. He went and campaigned in Berlin. I mean, they can't vote for him, but, you know, he made a point of going to Berlin to speak to a huge crowd of people and all of that, and that Obama was all about, you know, getting the USA back involved in the NATO alliance, and it seems like now it's to some degree or other, Trump is like a NATO skeptic, right? He wants the NATO countries to, you know, pay more money for weapons. He doesn't want the USA to prop up the NATO alliance as much, and that there are people opposing him within the government that are leaking his phone calls and such. I mean, this is pretty wild. It's pretty wild, I think. So, you know, I think the idea of the USA getting further away from Europe would be a great thing.
Hello.
Yeah. I think we lost you there. Okay, well, I think we lost him, but that's okay. That's okay. It was great. It was great to have him come on. Anwei is an innovationist, and he is a great member of our community, and it was really great to have him on. Somebody from India who follows this closely, all this geopolitics. That's why we need to push the Bering Sea Bridge, folks. Like, people don't get this. They really don't get why we are advocating the Bering Sea Bridge so hard. It's about pushing the USA further away from Europe and getting us closer to the rising new economy in the East. That's the point. That's the point. But hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Tell me. I just want to know that what's kind of the strategy to get rid of wars? It's better to get US get rid of wars. Because every European country, especially in NATO, they want to try US pushing wars because they see the US as a stronger power in military. They just push the wars and fight the wars. They win it. They win the market.
Yeah, right. Well, that's imperialism. It's about maintaining the dominance of the market, right? Carving out spheres of influence, seizing sections of the market as a captive market. I always quote Cecil Rhodes and his
What about US dollars? What about US dollars to dominate euro?
Yeah, well, the US dollar, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? The US dollar is going to lose its value because of all these sanctions put on countries, right? People are just not.
If it dominates euro next day, if it increases its production rate like China has done over the years, like China has been the global economic power for production and manufacturing of many kind of gadgets and various other parts of the world.
Yeah,
it's production-oriented economy.
Yeah, and that the petrodollar is gone. People are buying. I mean, India bought oil from Iran with rupees, right? The Indian currency, and that people are buying oil now, not with U.S. dollars. It used to be all trading of oil was done with U.S. dollars. In the 1990s, the U.S. dollar had dominance, the petrodollar. I mean, but now that's not the case any longer. And the USA has put sanctions on all these countries, and so countries are just trading with each other, and the US dollar is going to lose its value, right? People don't understand that a currency is valued. It has more value the more people that are using it. And the reason, part of the way the US
value is
what's that?
Yeah, value is generated by the working class people.
Yeah.
The value is generated by the working class people in the business sectors. They're going to understand that.
Yeah. And the more people that use the dollar, the more valuable the dollar is. And that the USA putting sanctions on countries and saying, oh, you're not allowed to use the dollar. Well, then they use another currency. And in the long term, this makes the value of the dollar decrease. And dollar dominance is on its way out. And we're going to feel it in the United States pretty badly. There's going to be a time where we realize our currency that we get paid in the United States doesn't have value any longer. It's lost its value. And there was already all that crazy inflation under Biden, right? Where they were printing money and it was nuts and the price of everything was going up. But we're going to lose, the dollar is going to really lose its value, and we're going to be in a world of hurt. And it's because of these stupid sanctions that we put on countries. The U.S. leaders, in the 1990s, the USA was able to devastate Iraq, devastate Cuba, and devastate North Korea with sanctions. But that's not the case anymore. Now, countries can just do business, with the BRICS, with Russia and China. Go ahead. Oh, I think he's frozen. I think you're frozen again, Anwei.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you, but you're not moving. We can hear you, though.
What's okay. Up? The working network is not good over here now.
Yeah.
It's getting encoded.
Okay. Well, very good. Well, I'm glad you were able to come on, Anwei. It's always good to talk to you. We really appreciate it, and thanks for coming on. It's really great to engage with him. To get the perspective. He seems to really appreciate innovationism and our perspective, our anti-imperialist, pro-growth, pro-humanity, pro-technology, pro-development message, as opposed to the pessimism coming out of the West. I did want to put on Trump, the meeting that Trump had with Mamdani at the White House. I wanted to put that on. I can find the video because it was certainly surprising to a lot of us. I mean, we did not expect that the meeting would go the way it did. And I guess we'll just put it on and I'll kind of react to it because, this is, New York City is very important. It's the capital of capitalism, so to speak, right? It's the home of Wall Street, and the hostility to Mamdani from the Trump camp was massive, but yet they got along well. Here we go.
He said it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for Mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And
yeah, isn't it kind of awful how the press seems to want them to fight? Basically, like the press is like, yeah, you guys hate each other. You're enemies, aren't you? Well, you called him a communist. You called him a despot. It's like, okay, like they did have a meeting about the biggest city in the United States, and the president of the United States had a meeting. They obviously disagree with each other. Like, why is the press's goal to like get them to fight? Right? Like, how is that helpful? It's like, and that's the problem. Like, media in the United States has really deteriorated. They're not asking substantial questions, right? I mean, the questions they're asking here, they're not even asking about differences in policy. It's like, he called you a doo-doo head. What do you think of that? Yeah, well, he said that your mother wears army boots. Does that make you mad? Like, they're just like, it's like professional wrestling shit, right? Like, that's what they're arguing about. It's like the press is not, they're looking for drama. They're looking for, clickbait, basically. They're looking for insults and, somebody throwing a chair at somebody else. Like, it's like professional wrestling. That's how our media is. And they're just like, fight, guys, fight for us so we can get more views, so we can get more attention. Fight, fight, fight. That's kind of the press throughout this whole meeting. If you watch it, and we'll keep playing it on here. We'll keep reacting to it. That's what the media is doing. It's like they're standing there going, fight, 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 and they're both sitting there. And I find both of them, appreciate how both of them are standing there and saying, no, we're going to govern. We're going to govern. We're going to run the city. Like, we're not here to put on a fight show. And the press doesn't want that. They want there to be a big fight. And, but there we go. There we go. Helen Thomas. I will tell you a story about Helen Thomas sometime. I'll tell it right now. When Helen Thomas was kicked out of the White House press corps, she was somebody who asked very, very serious questions. When she was kicked out of the White House press corps, I was a member of the Workers' World Party, and one of the leader of their Cleveland branch wouldn't defend her, said she was anti-Semitic. I talk about crypto-Zionism. I could not believe it. It was really awful. And Helen Thomas, yes, she was a very serious journalist who asked really serious and good questions. She was anti-Zionist. She was, she supported the Palestinians as an Arab American, and she was a very, very serious journalist. And to see the leader of the Cleveland branch of Workers' World Party, she just wouldn't defend her because, oh, she's anti-Semitic or whatever. And, unbelievable. But yeah, Helen Thomas is awesome. But yeah, like the press is here, basically antagonizing Trump and Mamdani, saying, guys, I want you to fight, call each other nasty names, be enemies. And they're both saying, well, no, we actually have to govern. And I actually, watching this meeting made me feel good about both Trump and Mamdani. Trump has disappointed me in a lot of ways, and I have my suspicions of Mamdani. I don't see Mamdani as sincere, and he's not a communist. Let me just put it that way. He's not anti-imperialist. He's part of this DSA nonsense. But this meeting made me feel good about both of them.
$1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or $21 trillion. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is the potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
yeah,
you threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he.
I think about this bit. It's like ICE. The problem with ICE is that ICE is deporting people who have been applying for green cards and are following the legal process. And it's like they're like deporting them before the process is finalized. ICE has been grabbing U.S. citizens off the street and holding them, saying, "Oh, we're not sure they're U.S. citizens," and holding them. Like ICE has been doing all kinds of illegal things that are not simply a matter of deporting criminals, right? I think if that's what ICE was doing, if ICE was going around deporting criminals, I think we would all appreciate that, right? We would all say, great, good for them, right? It'd be very, very hard to oppose ICE for deporting violent criminals, people who are engaging in violent crimes, people who, have an order of deportation or involved in gangs. I think we would all agree with that. The issue is that ICE has dragged actual U.S. citizens off the street. ICE has broken into people's homes without warrants, and it's the wrong person, and they terrorize the family, and, because they, ICE is doing things that are not simply a matter of deporting undocumented people, deporting criminals. They are targeting people that are going through the legal process. They are targeting people that are documented citizens to just kind of terrorize them. It's pretty bad. Jose Vega is a friend of ours, is an anti-imperialist candidate, anti-war candidate running in the Bronx. And he
he has had a family member, his stepfather, has been targeted by ICE, and we'll talk about that later on the stream. I'm going to show a video of his, but ICE is certainly out of control and doing awful things. And the issue isn't that no one is illegal, open borders now. The issue is that there is law and procedure for enforcing U.S. immigration law, and they are breaking those laws, and they are I mean, it's that's the issue, and that the far left makes it so we can't debate that. It just becomes an issue of, either no one's illegal and this is an illegal racist country, or we have to support Trump. Well, there's actually, how about we defend our civil liberties? How about we defend the rule of law, right?
Get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though. And I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living.
It's funny. It's like they gave Mamdani like one talking point throughout the entire thing, is he just keeps saying cost of living. I mean, obviously the cost of living is a serious issue. Everything is crazy. The amount of money you have to spend just when you go outside right now, I mean, it's crazy. Everything's way too expensive. So it's not that that's a non-issue. That is absolutely an issue. It is an important issue. But that said, it's like Mamdani is like kind of a one-trick pony in this meeting. I appreciate how friendly he and Trump are, but it'd be nice if Mamdani had something more to say than cost of living. Oh, that's the cost of living, cost of living.
About the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
Well, and that's directly related to the issue of inflation, energy scarcity, right? Why does the price of gas go up? When there's less gas on the market, supply and demand, when there's less gas on the market, gas becomes more expensive. That's how it works, right? And that if you create energy scarcity, you're going to have inflation. And that's the other thing, is that if the price of gas goes up, the price of everything goes up, right? There's that old saying that people have: if you bought it, a truck brought it, right? I think that was Jimmy Hoffa, the leader of the Teamsters Union. He said, if you bought it, a truck brought it. So if the price of gas, the price of gasoline, petrol, as they call it, right? You British people, you call it petrol. If the price of petrol increases, so the price of petrol goes up, the price of gasoline goes up, everything else goes up. And that energy scarcity seems to be a really big part of what the green agenda is about, right? Is like, let's reduce the amount of oil that's out there. Let's not, and as a result, the price of oil will go up. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't get. A lot of people think that, that big oil must be very, very opposed to all environmentalism. Well, no, in a way, environmentalism helps big oil, because the more oil scarcity you create, the more valuable the oil that's already there is worth, right? And
That's an aspect of things that people don't understand, is that big oil, like we're talking about the 4 super majors who run the United States. I mean, ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron, those are huge, huge oil monopolies, right? Huge oil monopolies. And they have like astronomical amounts of wealth. I mean, the amount of money that the people that own ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron have is like beyond anything we can imagine. These are like ultra, ultra, ultra monopolies. And they love environmentalism because environmentalism, they get to write the rules. Environmentalism puts their competitors out of business, and environmentalism leads to more scarcity on the market and makes the prices go up. Funding for a lot of environmental activism comes from big oil companies, from foundations and such. And the ultra rich, to some degree or other, if they can use the law to create energy scarcity, get people using windmills and solar panels, and and decrease the amount of deep sea drilling, then the price of gas and oil goes up. And we have an oil-based economy, right? If we were to really move beyond fossil fuels, right, to go to nuclear power, which is more efficient, it has its issue with the toxic waste, the nuclear waste, but it's more efficient. We were to move to finally get fusion energy, oil would be out of business. And the oil companies, the environmental movement that they back is kind of a movement that just says, let's just use less oil. Let's have less oil on the market while we still maintain an oil-based economy. And so that means lots of money for them because the oil that they have is greater. I mean, and this is the whole thing about degrowth, right? Again, they always move the goalpost about degrowth. They always tell you, well, degrowth doesn't mean this. Anyone who's pushing degrowth is something you have to oppose. Growth is good. Growth is the nature of being human. Growth is not bad. We want growth to be sustainable, yes, and we don't want growth that is done irresponsibly that's going to lead to a catastrophe. We want sustainable growth. But the idea that growth and economic growth is somehow bad, that is a Malthusian conception. And that is pushed forward by the ultra rich because they want to stay at the top forever. And that puts them at odds with the lower levels of capital. And that's where all of this gets very, very interesting. But let's continue.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to
Who?
President Zelensky about your plan? Have you meet with him?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. We have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something, we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. They're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. You just see all the death. And, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
What happens if President? I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify that your answer to Stephen Nelson, he asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
That was the epic moment that everybody saw. Everyone remembers from that, by the way. That was the moment that went viral, where Donald Trump just said, yeah, just call me a fascist. You know, that's what everyone remembers. And I mean, it kind of shows, like, Donald Trump is kind of doing something a little bit deep there. Is he's kind of showing that, like, political insults are kind of losing their value, and everyone's just kind of tired at this point of the political culture where everyone's mudslinging at everyone else. Everyone's a fascist. Everyone's a Nazi. Everyone's a Hitler. Everyone's, you know, we're all going to die, you know, and it's just kind of, it's to the point that, you know, people are just kind of like rolling their eyes, right? And that was very powerful. You know, it was brilliant in a way. And that the reason that moment went viral, the reason everyone appreciated it, was because that moment kind of, it was Trump saying no to our toxic political culture, right? And that's what he was doing. And he was saying basically, yeah, you call me names, I don't care. You know, like, that's just, you know, it's just not, you know, it's just kind of rejecting the toxic political culture that we've got in America right now. I think that was great. I think it was tremendous. But yeah, let's continue with this.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
Well, he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then, you know, they should just keep fighting, I guess, you know.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. You know, he hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never, this war never would have happened. I inherited this war.
And that's actually one thing, you know, if you meet somebody who's Ukrainian, right, and they tell you, oh, you know, we got to fight Russia and all that, say, why don't you go fight, right? I mean, because it's like people are dying around the clock every day as this war continues. And, you know, you meet these people who are like, I'm Ukrainian, I hate Russia, and all. Okay, go fight. Go fight. Go do it, right? You know, I mean, we're throwing away lives around the clock. People are dying. So you ever meet one of these Ukrainiacs or one of these people with a Ukrainian flag? Oh, you know, I hate Russia. You're a Russian. Go fight. Go do it, right? You know, I mean, why are you here talking to me? You should be over there dying, right? Your people are dying around the clock, right? They're being killed around the clock every second, every day. I mean, you go through an hour, there's a couple Ukrainian young men that have come home in body bags because they just want to keep this hate Russia thing going. They can't make a peace deal. So if they're going to give you shit and just be like, oh, you're so bad, then go fight, you know, go do it. And that's the thing, right? It's like people don't realize that, you know, you talk a good game against Russia this, Russia that, but it's costing human lives, right? Is hating Russia worth dead bodies? I mean, how many deaths is hating Russia worth? And it's infuriating because, you know, they make it sound like this whole war is just Russia's fault, and somehow wanting to keep fighting this war endlessly and prolonging this conflict is somehow supporting the Ukrainian people. It is not, right? The Ukrainian people have lost. I mean, they're just dying. They're just dying around the clock. It's completely crazy. And so if you really support the Ukrainian people, if you really support Ukraine and all of this, I mean, go fight, go die. You know, it's a bit frustrating to watch the people that they act like they support Ukraine. You don't support Ukraine if you want to prolong this war, right? This war is basically over. The new republics are solidly with Russia. They voted to join with Russia. It's a question of where the border is going to be. And it's a question of ending the conflict. And if you just want to keep throwing bodies at this to make a statement about Russia bad, I mean, you're not doing that because you care about Ukraine. And this conflict from the beginning has not been about Ukraine. It's about using Ukraine as a proxy to antagonize Russia, trying to isolate Russia economically, threaten Russia. That's what it's about. And this whole conflict has never been about caring about Ukraine, helping Ukraine, Ukrainian sovereignty. It's about the United States violently overthrew the Ukrainian government, installed a fanatically anti-Russian government. And then the people in the eastern regions declared independence. And then the USA has been trying to use Ukraine to antagonize and weaken Russia. This war isn't even really about Ukraine. It's about Russia. That's what this war is really about. And the Ukrainian people have gotten the short end of the stick. And the most cynical thing in all of this is that they try to make it sound like wanting to continue and prolong this war is done in the interests of the Ukrainian people, which is just completely, utterly absurd. It is certainly not about helping the Ukrainian people. It is just an anti-Russia thing. It's that Russia is a rising country. Russia is a competitor on the international markets. They want to maintain dominance in the global economy, and they're threatened by the rising new world, the new BRICS economy that is rising around the world. They're threatened by it. And because they're threatened by it, they want to just keep antagonizing Russia as much as they can. And that's what this is really about. But here we go.
And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that to be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran.
Doesn't he seem so manufactured there? Like, he doesn't answer the question, and he has like a phrase in his head, broken politics of the past. And I mean, I'm sorry, Mamdani just seems very fake to me. Trump comes across as more human in this interview by far. I mean, it's good that they're friendly with each other, but it's like, I mean, does that not seem so manufactured? It seems really manufactured to me.
And against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President, you know, we have.
It's like he's got a cheat sheet, and he memorized certain phrases and talking points from the cheat sheet, and he's just like robotically repeating them.
Had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were.
We'll pause this for a moment. I want you all to see. So, you know, Gavin was in town, member of CPI. He was in town for an event that we were having. And I got a couple of our people together because Kirill Dmitriev, the Russian, investment, fund guy, was in town, and we had like a little rally in Times Square to support peace in Ukraine. And so this was some footage of our rally where we got Gavin, we got myself, we got a few other people. Here we go.
Peace around the entire world. Russia and China are doing heroic things right now, lifting people out of poverty. They're not the enemy, folks.
I'm a dad. My kid's 14, and I just wanted to really express to President Trump and President Putin my appreciation for the effort they've made so far. It's really my hope that we can really find a true path to peace.
My great-grandparents came from Russia. My father studied Russian language, but he married a woman from Poland, Polish ancestry. There is no one country that is better than every other country. We need to have the kind of give and take that comes from cooperation.
Since the independence days in the 1960s, Russia has really stood up, you know, by the side of African countries for their freedom. And Russia has always been a great support to African countries.
It's all connected, folks. It is all connected. Right now, Kirill Dmitriev, an important Russian official, is in this city, and he is meeting with members of the Trump administration. And what is he meeting with them about? He is talking about building a tunnel under the Bering Sea and how it's now economically feasible. It used to be too expensive, but thanks to Elon Musk and artificial intelligence, it's now a lot more cost effective to build this tunnel beneath the Bering Sea and connect America to Russia. This is a very, very exciting moment. And even though the meeting in Budapest was canceled, the meeting here in New York City went ahead. And Kirill Dmitriev arrived on his airplane this morning, and these peace talks are happening. We need to be out there saying we want war to end. We want war to end. End the Ukraine war. Negotiate with Russia. Peace with Russia. Russia is not our enemy. 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 Russia is not our enemy.
The Ukraine war, this war has been going on for a couple of years now.
We know that there is a system of peace and cooperation where countries can do their own thing and have their own cultures and develop without other countries interfering. We do not want to force the USA system onto other countries. We want to allow other countries to do their own thing, spend our own money on our own people, instead of having our taxes be sent to some wars overseas. Thank you.
We're in a moment full of great opportunity for peace. Great opportunity. These are the best of times and the worst of times, to quote Charles Dickens. Right now, we are on the precipice of possibly moving ahead toward a world of peace and innovation. But there's a lot of danger hanging over our head as well. The danger that this peace activist could die in a prison cell. The danger that we could have a new world war. We're full of great opportunity and hope, but we're also full of danger. This is a key moment. Generations from now, people are going to look back on this day. They're going to look back on 2025 and all the dramatic events of this year, and they're going to ask, what did you do? How were you involved?
That's right.
Were you part of helping bring about a new world of peace?
That's
or
right.
were you part of marching us toward the disaster of war?
That's right.
This is a key moment, and I believe all of you are here on this earth at this time for a reason. You are here because you are meant to be here in this moment, and you have a difference to make in the world.
Those who are sincere, those who really want their own development, Russia is here to help. And that's why, speaking about my own country, Mali, Russia has been a faithful friend to Mali. Russia has been a great support to Mali.
About the peace talks that are happening. Don't buy into the idea that Russia is our enemy, that we should fight this war until every last Ukrainian is dead. Let's talk about moving toward peace with Russia. Trade, economic development, opportunity, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with Russia. And we want to thank Tulsi Gabbard because she revealed that Russiagate, the idea that Trump was elected because of Russia, that was all a hoax. And it was all a hoax. Read it. Tulsi Gabbard, that's our Director of National Intelligence. And she revealed that Russiagate was a hoax. Russiagate was a complete hoax. And now there's a possibility for having peace with Russia. Russia is...
Even the school I studied in my universities in Mali was built by Russia. So if you go to Mali, the main buildings, all of them were built by Russia. And that's something we're not talking about. Right now, Mali has gone over about 10 years or so in civil war, religious war. And Mali was banned to have access to gun or to equip themselves. And how can you ban a country who's really in war to prevent the country from having access to weapons and stuff? But Russia has stood up to really help Mali. And right now, Mali is really winning over all the rebels who are really fighting every day. So this is really what Russia has been doing. Of course, we may qualify Russia whatever we want, but what we feel concretely, what Africa knows about Russia is really what is being put right now there.
I envision a lot of great collaboration. I've known Russians. I'm half Ukrainian myself. I think Russia's an integral member of the global community. Has a lot of that contributed tremendously to European and world culture. and I'd really love to see them around and be our friends one day, and hopefully we can avoid all this.
But the innocent people, women, children are being killed every day by thousands and thousands. So we are really speaking, on behalf of peace and ultimately on behalf of God.
Helping Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger to develop. Former French colonies that were kept in poverty are now aligned with Russia, and they're having a farming boom.
That's
you
right.
Read about what the great African leader Ibrahim Traore is doing, right? There's a whole world of peace outside of this Western system. You look at the BRICS world, so much development is happening, so much growth. We could get some of that wealth here in America. We have opportunity. We could benefit from the economic development that is taking place in the Eastern world right now. Instead of going to war with it and cutting ourselves off from it, we could connect ourselves to it. And that's
right.
the exciting opportunity presented
right.
by the peace talks.
That's right. The Bible says that blessed are the peacemakers because they are called the children of God. So we are really speaking on behalf of those innocent children. We really want this war to stop right now.
Yep. No, we're doing 2 more hours here. We're at about 2 hours and 11 minutes. And we're going to do 2 more hours. Then we're going to pause and I'll have a lovely Thanksgiving dinner with my wife. And then from there, this evening, we're going to do another 4 hours. So 8 hours total for today. That is the plan. That is the plan, Carter. So if you want to come on, by all means, right? We had Amway on earlier, and the stream is open. The stream is open. People are welcome to come on the stream. So if you want to come on, by all means, come on. We're going to be doing 8 hours in the day. That is the goal. 4 hours and then 4 hours. 4 hours and then 4 hours. That is the plan. That is the plan. That is the plan. So yeah, if you want to hop on the stream at any point, that's the link. There'll be a new link, obviously, for the new stream we do this afternoon. But yeah, let's put on the, I did want to, since we were talking about Ibrahim Traore, we'll actually, we may want to just, let's hop back on. Let's watch Trump and Mamdani a little bit more, react to that a little bit more. Might show the Ibrahim Traore video a little bit later, but we'll continue.
We had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond to
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
So you were with ICE? We were with ICE then?
We
Again, very manufactured, very slick, not answering the question. I mean,
discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime more than ICE per se. We discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime, and I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created.
Yeah, again, we would have no disagreement with ICE just, stopping crime and removing immigrant criminals and such. The issue is that they're violating the law, and that they are targeting ordinary people and violating due process. So, Jose Vega, who's running for Congress in the congressional district of the Bronx, New York's 15th. His stepfather was just grabbed by ICE, and he did a follow-up video about it. And I want to show you Jose's video about that situation, and I also want to comment on it as well. So here we go.
Update to my stepdad being illegally abducted by ICE. They have sent him to Arizona. In just a matter of days, with almost no due process, they can just kidnap someone and relocate them miles away from their home. For those of you who've been asking, my stepdad has been here for over 15 years, and he's been married to my mom, who has been a U.S. citizen for since the 1980s. But he's been married to my mom for 2 years now. They've made a lot of legal strides, filed all the right documentation, and his petition for a green card was indeed approved. Now, I heard a study today that said that they are trying to deport 60% of people who are already on their way to pathway to residency or even citizenship, right? This means that they're surveilling the people who are already on these legal proceedings.
So do you hear that? So his stepfather has been in the country for 15 years, has been married to his mother for 2 years, and had applied for a green card, had his green card approved already, and is now sitting in an ICE detention facility. That is insane, right? It'd be one thing, and keep in mind, those are the details of the case. So this is somebody who has been in the country for 15 years, is married to a U.S. citizen, has applied for a green card, and has their green card approved, and he's sitting in an ICE detention facility while he's waiting for his green card. This is unbelievable. That's not keeping us safe. They're going after a law-abiding citizen.
I want to make a big point here. I know that I'm not the only person going through this. I know that it isn't just happening to me, although I know for a fact they are targeting me because of the fact that I am outspoken and loud against people like Marco Rubio and other people in the Trump administration who are carrying out this evil, racist rot, especially people like Stephen Miller. This is about the expansion of a surveillance state. The NSA has long been trying to find ways in which it could continue to expand and spy on everybody, American citizen or not, whether they're in this country or not, with the help of British intelligence and Israeli intelligence. Something that Glenn Greenwald had reported on earlier today was the fact that Steve Witkov's conversations on trying to bring peace in Ukraine and Russia was leaked because he's being spied on. This is absolutely insane. This is what the Snowden leaks were about, to warn against the surveillance state apparatus to be used against people that are critical of presidential administrations, whether it's the current Trump administration or whether it was Obama, Bush, or Biden, or whatever future presidential administrations. The precedent has been set, and it must be reversed, and it must be reversed right now. This is why I'm running for Congress, so that I can help stand up for people who are being surveilled, illegal immigrants or not. American citizens, people who have been critical of the Trump administration, people who are MAGA, are all being affected by the same surveillance state apparatus. And if you don't decide to stand up, if you decide that you're going to stand on the sidelines, or even worse, that you're going to cheer on mass deportations, well, today, it's undocumented people. Tomorrow, it will be you and your family.
Yeah. And this is the crazy thing I just wanted to point out. So he made that video, great video, put it on Twitter. There's a whole bunch of people tweeting below it saying things like, oh, he had 30 years to apply for citizenship. He did apply for citizenship. What are they saying? Oh, why didn't he just apply to be a citizen? It's that easy. No, it's not. And he did apply to be a citizen. And there's all these people that are tweeting at him and below lying about him. I mean, he told you the details of the case, right? Stepfather did apply for citizenship, is married to an American citizen. And they've still got him in ICE detention, and they're still trying to deport him. And there's all these people lying tweeting at him, lying that's what they do now, is they make a bunch of bots go after people. The internet is not real. The internet is not real. And they made a bunch of bots go after him, lying about the case. If you look at the details, right? And they're all saying, oh, he entered the United States illegally. No, he didn't, right? He entered the United States illegally. He's been in the country for 15 years, the stepfather of Jose. And he then applied legally for the step, but they're all lying about it, right? And they just lie, right? And then they're tweeting all these lies, and it's all these people, all these bots, basically. They're not even real people, are tweeting at him going, yeah, ICE, undocumented criminal. Oh, why didn't he apply? He just didn't apply. All he had to do was apply. He did apply, you lying sacks of shit. Then I see that, and it makes me angry, because they can do this to anybody, right? And they just lie about you. They lie about you, and the facts don't matter. And just the internet swarm of like fake bots go after people, and people don't look at the case. It's infuriating. And that's why the internet is fake, and the internet is rigged, right? And I just cannot stress that enough, right? There's a bunch of bots tweeting at him, lying about the case, hoping that people won't actually watch his video. They'll see the comments and go, oh, well, and this is the deception that they use. But I wanted to, put on, so we showed our rally that we did in Times Square to support peace with Russia. I wanted to show our rally that we did. We've done a couple different rallies honoring Ibrahim Traore, the great African leader. And I want to put one of those rallies on, because we're focusing on the positive, right? We can have rallies all day about who we don't like, but there's a great anti-imperialist leader on the African continent called Ibrahim Traore. So we had a rally to support him. And we had, for the 7-day program, all the CPI people, we were in town for 7 days. And while we were there in Rockford, Illinois, this little town in Illinois, we had a small rally, to support the great African leader, Ibrahim Traore. I wanted to show you the video of that rally. This is the kind of anti-imperialist agitation CPI is doing, whether we're distributing books, whether we're having rallies in Times Square for peace with Russia. And this was a rally to support Pan-Africanism and anti-imperialism in Times Square.
In Rockford, Illinois, and we're here to say that Ibrahim Traore is right and AFRICOM is wrong. Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore!
Today we're speaking about Ibrahim Traore, all the good things he has done. He is actually a leader that's provided true inspiration, not just for his people of Burkina Faso, but for everyone around the world.
Are in the belly of what is happening around the world. We get up, we go to work, we go home, we get online. We pretend like we don't know, but we do know. We feel the crushing imperialist boot on our necks, and can we get it off? Yes, we can!
Yes, we can!
Fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah!
We can!
Yes, we can!
Don't let them stop you.
Ibrahim Traore is the captain, president, Ibrahim Traore, the traditional president of Burkina Faso.
I think he's a remarkable leader for the whole world. Whenever I see him, I'm really compelled by him.
Taking hands off of Ibrahim Traore. And we're representing the Center for Political Innovation because we want economic development. We don't want degrowth.
People are liking it, huh?
Yeah, a lot of people are receptive or at least curious.
And I think if we take an example like this, and stand up for countries like this and learn from it, we too have a better prosperity, not just for ourselves now, but for generations to come.
So unique and so different from the various other leaders of the world. He's amazing to me.
Down with NATO!
Down with NATO!
Hands off Africa!
Hands off Africa!
Down with NATO!
Down with NATO!
Hands off Africa!
Hands off Africa!
We are an energized group fighting for working families. We are an energized group fighting for the world. We want this message to get out to everyone, far and wide, to get off your butts, to make it happen. We are one because we are in this fight together.
We've got Africa's Flame, the rise of Ibrahim Traoré, the current president of Burkina Faso, who's doing beautiful, amazing things, building up the country for his people.
They kicked out the French. They formed an alliance with Mali and Niger. Security defense, economic defense. Traoré is leading an agricultural revolution. They are training soldiers to be farmers. They're training farmers to be soldiers. And he's a Muslim. And it is now a crime in Burkina Faso to stir up religious division that undermines the unity of the country.
So we're supporting a real role model here.
Let me tell you a little bit about this man, Ibrahim Traoré. This man is not only a leader for Burkina Faso who cares about the people of Africa and the people of the world, who's standing with Russia, who's standing with the people of the world against U.S. imperialism. And it's because that he's doing that they've made so many attempts on his life.
I would be willing to put my life on the line for him, to protect him, because he's, you know, he represents hope. He represents true hope and progress in this world, and you know, I pray to God that nothing happens to him.
And my question is this: where does value come from? Where does value come from? They want you to think value comes down from the sky. They want you to think value comes from Wall Street derivative ripoff schemes. They want you to think value comes from Facebook likes and shares and hits. They want you to think value is magical. But the answer to where value comes from is within you. It is within you. It is your human labor power and your creativity. That is the source of all wealth in this world.
Yes.
And if we want to have a strong economy, we need to invest in human beings, invest in people, invest in children so they grow up and get an education and become strong and powerful and effective and smart. We need to invest in communities. We need to invest in families. That is the future.
Freedom. I think of economic growth. I think of someone who truly cares about the needs of the people and not the top 1% or the top 0.01% or whatever it is, you know, which is the rest of the world seems to be focused on in the West anyway. We need economic development for everyone, not just for the people at the top. And that's the kind of system we're living under, why people are struggling so much.
We are here to proclaim that we will not be stopped. We will not let the imperialists threaten us. We will not let them intimidate us. We are CPI and we are here to fight for Africa.
Yeah. Like you guys in the US, ourselves in Australia, we're being held back by big finance, and we need to have a government of action that fights for working families and ordinary working people.
Investing millions and millions of francs to revamp stadiums and hold games for youth sports so they can be healthy and strong and they can build an identity of their own in working together. Ibrahim Traoré was a soccer player himself, and he just held a very friendly game with other professional soccer players, and he won 3 matches. How about that? Go Traoré!
Go Traoré!
Let all nations have self-determination and develop peaceful relationships, peaceful trade with each other, and innovate and share that innovation with each other so that we can live in peace, prosperity, and harmony, because there is plenty to go around.
This is the model of what can be here. You must fight. You must get up. You must be brave. Don't let them tell you that your words have no meaning, that they'll throw you in jail if you speak up. The more of us that speak up, what happens? The more speak up, and more speak up. Don't let that frighten you. Get off your butts, do something about it. Fight for a future that you want.
We need a world where people refuse to take advantage of the downtrodden.
We need to take an alternative road, because the road we're going is leading us to nowhere but to oblivion.
And this leader in Africa is a leader who understands that. And that is why he is investing in his people. He is providing providing free health care to mothers in the hospital. He is providing university education to his people. Not only is college free, but while you're there, you get a stipend, a paycheck, so you can focus on your studies. You don't have to work. Imagine that. The young people of Burkina Faso, in a way, are richer than all the young people in America. You go to college in America, you're going to be in student debt for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. In Burkina Faso, not only do you not go into student debt, but on top of that, you get a paycheck while you're there so you can pay your bills and focus on your studies. He is enabling millions and millions of people to rise up from poverty, to launch their own farms, to pave their roads. Fisheries are opening up. Pineapple orchards are opening up. This is a pro-growth president who invests in human beings and invests in his people.
There's nothing more important right now happening in the world than what's happening right here in the belly of the beast, in the belly of imperialism. Can we make this happen? Yes. Yes, it can happen.
What we need is a win-win situation where we can find an economic system where deals or contracts whereby what makes America prosper also makes our trading prosper.
Better world is possible, but understand, if we don't believe that, if we listen to those who tell us that nothing is possible, then that's what we will get. We will get nothing.
Hands off Africa! Hands off Africa! Hands off Africa!
What can I say about imperialism other than the fact that it is a crushing force that is now taking its way from the tentacles of the United States and around the world, sucking the resources from other countries, impoverishing them, degrowing them, crushing them, making sure that they can't become everything that they have dreamt of being.
Organizations such as the Center for Political Innovation is critical to spreading the awareness, the knowledge of leaders such as Ibrahim Traoré.
And right now, we don't have a government that invests in people. We have a government that invests in destroying people. A government that invests in bombs and tanks and weapons and prisons for profit. A government that defends drug cartels. A government that arms terrorist groups. And that is not the way forward. There's a small group of very, very rich people who sit at the top of the world. And they've decided that the only way they can keep their throne and keep themselves at the top is to stop human progress. And they're wrong, because there is no limit to growth. There is no limit to growth. Human creativity and brilliance is unlimited. And we can build and we can construct.
We got books! We got books!
I saw two cars pull up at the stop sign, and then they had their lights, they were flashing to get our attention. And then I saw a fist come out, and then I was like, oh yes, there's somebody who absolutely understands what we're doing. And then I saw a woman come out, and she started honking her horn. And then I didn't know there was a car behind her, and then we just started cheering. They were just honking. I heard them say thank you, because now they know what we're about, what we were doing, what we're standing for, why we're out here on this road, getting the attention of those who pass by. So they all honked. The car behind them came out and they honked as well. And they seemed extremely supportive, very happy that we're out here bringing awareness, you know, in a place where, likely of all places, would you see a big giant sign, a big, poster of Ibrahim Traoré. But here we are, CPI, bringing awareness, making it happen, and understanding that people, the more we do this, it'll catch fire. And it seems as though it already has.
I think, there's been a number of people that have positive reactions to our rally, to the banner, to our chants, to our speeches.
We will march together, we will fight together, no matter who you are, no matter what political persuasion, no matter what race, because we are all here fighting a class struggle that is more than the sum of its parts. We are one.
But I think if we're getting positive reactions like that out here, that's a very good sign. And it's a sign of progress, and it's a sign that people are starting to wake up.
Ibrahim Traoré is working with Russia Bad! Russia Bad! Oh my God, Russia Bad! No, Ibrahim Traoré went to the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II in Russia, and he got to see their equipment, and he got to see their spirit of unity and their spirit of cooperation, and how they were able to defeat fascism, which we've never forgiven them for. So, also Ibrahim Traoré is investing in education for his students to go to Russia And Russia has students coming to Burkina Faso so they can learn each other's culture and they can build peaceful nuclear energy.
Yay!
Peaceful nuclear energy. Just
Peaceful
like
nuclear
Iran.
energy. This up? All right. Yeah, that was our great rally we did for Ibrahim Traore. That's one of the great aspects of CPI. We've been promoting Ibrahim Traore. It's been really great. So let's bring on another great friend, a CPI member. Carter, how you doing? Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah,
Thumbs
you
up
can't hear
if you
me.
can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Let me check what's going on around here. I'm wearing
You got
headphones.
your voice loud and clear. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. It was the headphones. It was the
All right.
headphones.
Well, there
Well,
you go.
I can hear you now. How you doing, Caleb?
I'm good. I'm good. How are things up in Minnesota?
Doing well. It's very cold. We just got snowed in like crazy, so I had to just do a bunch of shoveling to get to my car. It was awful. I mean,
Oh,
it's
man.
terrible.
That sounds terrible. That makes me happy to live in New York City. It gets cold and windy here, but we don't get as much snow.
I mean,
yeah.
we'll have snow up here until like May, literally.
Oh, yikes.
Maybe a month before May, but I mean, it'll just be there forever.
All right. Well, if I know you, Carter, you've got some like historical topic or something to ask me about, or you got something to share, or you've been reading about or something. So take it away.
Right. No, I've just been reading just so much about 2004. I can't escape from I can't escape from John Kerry. That's all I am interested in these days. I just find the topic so interesting because I find it as such like just a good starting point for modern politics. It's kind of you see the peak of kind of neoconservatism within the Republican Party, and then kind of the death of any chance the Democrats have of winning any southern state. Because a lot of people don't realize, but Bill Clinton was able to compete in the South. He was the last. Like people always say, oh, the Nixon with the Southern strategy, the Democrats were never able to compete in the South again. Never. Well, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton won. Clinton won Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, I think Georgia, Virginia, which used to be a red state. I mean, he was competitive in the South. And Kerry's kind of just the representative of kind of the northern Democratic wing, which takes over the party. And it's just very interesting to look at because you can see all the trends just coming our way.
Yeah, well, there were a couple like weird moments. Like, for example, like during the election, I remember Bush called John Kerry a Massachusetts liberal. Like that was kind of, he said, "You're a Massachusetts liberal" or whatever. The other thing was like John Kerry, I will say about him, like his facial expressions. He does this all the time.
Right.
And I always wondered like why, right? And there was like a meme during the election. There were no memes back then, but they compared him to Herman Munster or like, and it was just like he was like, walking around like very, very serious, right? And the other thing was after the election, do you remember, about "Don't Tase Me, Bro"? Do you remember that?
Yeah, some guy tries to ask John Kerry a question, and he like the police officer overreacts, and John Kerry's just sitting there like uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, if you actually watch the clip, like the guy, so I guess Greg Palast, who's like a pro-Venezuela, kind of like an anti-imperialist journalist, right? Who like wrote a book comparing Hugo Chavez to Huey Long, and like he was just this kind of like populist, kind of anti-imperialist guy. He was in the Democracy Now! Sphere. I haven't heard much from him anymore. I don't know what he's up to, but he was kind of like an alternative media guy back then. He wrote this book called "The Best Democracy Money Can Buy," where he argued that the election was stolen from John Kerry. So this kid got up at like the University of Florida, somewhere in Florida, and was talking to John Kerry, and he holds up the book, and John Kerry's like, "I already read it. I know about that. Like, don't show that to me. Like, like flip that. Like, I know that. Yes. Like, shut up, sit down." Right. And he's like, "Yeah," but he's like holding up the book, and then he like got tased, and there was a video of it. and he shouted to the security guard, "Don't tase me, bro." And
Yeah.
that became like a meme. It was one of the weirdest things, but it was like John Kerry was like scared of the guy holding up the book. Like it was weird, right? It was like he did
Right.
not want that out there, even though the book was saying that he had been the rightful winner of the election. It was very weird. John Kerry is a strange one. And then I've always pointed out that when he became Secretary of State, U.S. foreign policy completely changed during the Obama term. Hillary Clinton did the Arab Spring, the color revolutions, all of that. John Kerry negotiated peace deals in Colombia, in Cuba. He got diplomatic relations with Cuba. He negotiated the surrender of the FARC. He negotiated the Iran nuclear deal. That was his focus.
Right.
And honestly, I mean, in terms of, being the U.S. Secretary of State, you're not going to be doing a good job. You're obviously
Cuba too. Did you mention Cuba?
What? Yeah.
Opened up Cuba.
Yeah, he went there and opened up Cuba, and then in Cuba he met with the FARC and he negotiated the FARC like surrendering peacefully and joining the Colombian government. Like he actually played a pretty good role as Secretary of State. His campaign was like a weird psyop, though. It was like trying to convince the anti-war movement, the people, the anti-war movement, to be pro-war, and it was almost like he was a ringer, because it was like his whole campaign was, I fought in Vietnam, I'm a pro-war guy, I'm a soldier, I'm in the military, I was in the military, and then right as the election was ending, it was like someone had given them, then they just debunked his military record. And then he lost. It was like oddly like brilliant, like he had like been set up to fail almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that what stands out for you about the 2004? You say you're reading a lot.
Yeah, you read a lot about the what's it named? Fuck. Swift boats. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
He was a swift boat. Swift boat driver, and that's how his crewmates came after him. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing was he focused his campaign on, I won medals in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And he didn't have his medals. He threw them over the White House fence.
Right.
like if you're going to make your campaign about medals, at least have them.
Well, he's just in such an uncomfortable position because he supported the war fully, voted for the war. Not like his fellow Massachusetts senator, by the way, Ted Kennedy. He could have followed Ted Kennedy's lead, but of course not. He did not. And so he couldn't. So he had to stay with the war. So he couldn't talk about his peace record with Vietnam. So he had to lean into being like kind of a pro-Vietnam candidate. Like he couldn't talk about being a peace candidate because then it would seem like Iraq, which he voted for. So he was just in a weird position where he was like on both issues. He was like the peace guy and the war guy, just everywhere. He had no basis. I mean, he had no platform really that he could lean on.
Yeah, it was a very strange campaign. The other thing about it, so little known fact, right? Which again, this is like important in our circles, but outside of this, people don't know this. So the Vietnam veterans against the war that he started eventually became RCP, right? I mean, like he quit after a year, and then from then on, it was affiliated with the Revolutionary Union and the RCP. The Bobavakian people ran it, which I think is hilarious. And Jane Fonda was particularly close to them. Jane Fonda was like a Maoist communist in the early 70s, and she was very close to them. Now she stopped hanging out in those circles, like, by I think 75, 76, she kind of pivoted, and then she supported Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982 when she was married. She and Tom Hayden, who'd been the leader of SDS, they married, and then they became pro-Israel and like went around like defending Israel. But so Jane Fonda was hanging out with VVAW, Vietnam Veterans Against the War, and they were an RCP affiliated group, which I think is wild, right? The guy who started a group that eventually, people used to say VVAW was a front for the RCP, basically. Right. Which is pretty wild. And that VVAW is still around, but it's run by people who quit RCP when RCP broke with China. It's run by like people that are like Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. So like VVAW from like the time John Kerry left to until the RCP split, basically it was an RCP group, and people would just say that. So I think that's pretty wild. And VVAW was officers. That's the other thing. Like John Kerry was an officer. He was like VVAW was like officers and stuff. Workers' World Party ran the American Servicemen's Union, the ASU, that was more rank and file soldiers, and they would go to military bases and hand out newspapers and stuff like that, right? And they would recruit them. But VVAW was like officers and stuff. And that John Kerry, when he like started VVAW, it was almost like he got like national TV interviews as the head of
he was
VVAW.
on Dick Cavett. I saw the Dick Cavett interview with him. Yeah.
Yeah, and they made him kind of like immediately famous, and his group was mainly officers, and it was like a section of the ruling class had kind of turned against the war, and he was from this ultra wealthy family and all of that. The other thing that's interesting is, John Kerry, his last name Kerry, it's Irish, right? But he's Jewish. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. I think I heard something about that, but
and that was like, there was at the time of the 2004 election, it was nowhere near what it is now. Like there was the Alex Jones universe, kind of like the internet conspiracy, like right-wing internet conspiracy.
Well, that all evolves from like what's the name, like right-wing gun culture from the 90s, right? Like anti.
Yeah.
So it's just in mid transformation, kind of.
Yeah, there was like the shortwave radio Alex Jones universe. That was their talking point. John Kerry is actually a Jew, and he works for the Israel lobby and all of that. And it was technically true. John Kerry is actually Jewish. If you look at his ethnicity, like he like adopted an Irish name, but he's actually like Jewish, which is wild. And that became like the gun culture talking point, is that like, oh, this is the Zog, Israel's taking over America. And that was like their talking point beneath the surface, which is very interesting. And I always make the point that like the big movie that summer was Fahrenheit 9/11 for liberals and Passion of the Christ for conservatives. And both of those films were made by anti-Israel people. Right.
Right. That's interesting.
Right. The other thing was the Skull and Bones. They were both in Skull and Bones.
Yeah, I saw an interview with some NBC guy saying, do you have any secrets or any secrets you can't tell me? Things like that. Just, I think most of that kind of stuff is kind of overblown though. Like that's how you know when it's kind of I don't, it sounds rude, but like kind of a low IQ conspiracy theory. Like, oh, Skull and Bones is the true masters of the universe. Yeah, I don't think Skull and Bones is really where it's at. I don't think that's the power center you think it is. It's just like a club for like rich young guys to fuck around with.
The thing about Skull and Bones that is interesting though, right, in light of the Epstein thing, is apparently the initiation is you have to like tell your sex life to them.
Right. That is weird.
Yeah, and so it's like they have blackmail on you, kind of, right? Right. So that's and that at the time that was going on, there was a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of people that were into like Illuminati and stuff like that were talking about Skull and Bones. And then there were a lot of like mainstream articles saying, oh, Skull and Bones is nothing. It's fine. It's no big deal. But they made it sound like it was a group therapy, like when you told your sexual biography, they were like helping you overcome your trauma or something. And
yeah, I don't think so.
They're getting blackmail on you. That's what's going on, right? That's pretty clear. So that was pretty weird. And then right as Bush was leaving office, the movie The Good Shepherd came out, right?
I haven't heard of it. What's that about?
It's a movie that Matt Damon made, and it's about like this guy who joins the CIA when it's founded, right? And it's like it shows the CIA doing a lot of evil things like MK Ultra and stuff like that. It's like a 4-hour epic movie starring Matt Damon about like a young college student at Yale who joins the CIA, and he joins Skull and Bones. They show Skull and Bones,
right?
And it shows Skull and Bones as being kind of like an evil kind of group, and that was weird. It was kind of like as Bush was leaving office and as Obama was coming in, there were a bunch of movies that were like, it was like, we're going to address stuff, but we're going to like half address it. And like The Good Shepherd and the J. Edgar Hoover movie and all of that, it was part of that. But what else stands out about 2004? Because I remember that election. That was the first election where I was like really, really involved. I saw Michael Moore. I saw John Kerry. I went, Bush drove through my little town. That was a big deal, right? And like half the whole county came out to like.
Well, you were in the swing state. You were in Ohio.
I was.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like Pennsylvania now. I mean, that's insane. No, I find kind of the left of the Democrats kind of interesting too. Not the left, because I guess that's Dennis, and I'm not speaking of that. Not like the actually anti-imperialist section, but kind of the progressive left that is now occupied by like DSA. Like, what were they back then? That's what I'm trying to determine. Like, what were they? I think they were kind of connected with like the internet, right? Because Howard Dean had like the first internet campaign, and I'm just trying to find like a label. What was the progressive liberal, like, what were they about pre-DSA? Because DSA is kind of what it is now.
MoveOn.org,
Right, right. I've heard of that.
And they would have like meetups at people's houses, right? From MoveOn.org, and you would like go to house parties and like watch. They had like a lot of like liberal documentaries with Al Franken in them and stuff. You know,
Didn't they have a radio thing too, where it was
Air
like
America?
Yeah, there you are.
And it tanked. It wasn't good listening. They didn't get advertising revenue because it wasn't fun to listen to. And it was like there was like a film they made called Outfoxed about Fox News being conservative propaganda, and they launched Air America. And Al Franken, who had been this Saturday Night Live comedian, was suddenly like, "I'm a liberal," but he supported the war in Iraq. He was saying we got to stay in,
That's
right?
great.
But he was like the big face of it, and like Michael Moore was his history is he's more of a social democrat. Like he's more of a serious social democrat. He's really deteriorated. I mean, I can't even listen to him when he talks.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, what the hell?
But
It's just
he
liberalism.
sounded more like he wasn't. I would say he wasn't a communist, but he was somebody who like knew what communists believed and had to give it some credibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that was Michael Moore was much more of a social democrat back then. So you had Michael Moore, and then you had Air America, right? And then you had MoveOn.org that would have like their meetups, right, to talk about MoveOn.org. And I remember when I went to see Michael Moore speak at Kent State University, it was wild because the auditorium was packed. There was like tens of thousands of people there. The Green Party people were all there in their shirts, and the International Socialist Organization was selling their newspaper as people came in. And the ISO disrupted the event to urge people to vote for Nader. I was like 2 ISO members. Like
That's awesome.
Yeah, they disrupted it and vote for Nader, and everyone booed them. And then Michael Moore went on like a 20-minute rant about how if you vote for Ralph Nader, it's all about your ego. And, he's like comparing it to sex. Like when you go and vote, you stick it in there and you feel so good about yourself. And,
right.
It was like this whole thing. And it was almost like Michael Moore's rallies were just as big as John Kerry's rallies were, but he spent most of the rally yelling at the left to vote for John Kerry. Right. It was like they had to have 2 campaigns. They had the John Kerry campaign, and then they had the make sure you vote for John Kerry even though you don't agree with John Kerry campaign. And that was Michael Moore. It was really wild. And the rally, the Michael Moore rallies were like socialist-y kind of rallies. You know what I'm saying? It was like labor unions, and like Tom Morello opened it. Tom Morello played it. And you know who was there who opened for Michael Moore also was Roseanne Barr.
Right. She was kind of in those circles back then, right?
Yeah, and she did like this whole comedy routine about, her whole thing is like making fun of men and stuff, and whatever. She had like a comedy routine basically that she got up and did, and then it was Michael Moore. He did a 2-hour monologue kind of, and it's like stand-up comedy kind of, but it was a lot of like it was like telling the audience there, you must vote for the Democrats, right? And if you are thinking about voting for somebody else or whatever, you're bad, right? That was kind of the message, right? It was weird that they spent so much money. And I think Michael Moore, he called it the Slacker Uprising Tour is what he called it.
Right.
And he was like, I want slackers to vote. Like, I love to just sit around and all that. And so he gave underwear away. Like he had packets of underwear he was throwing into the audience, right? Like, like a change of underwear for men. And ramen noodles, right? And it was like, we're all slackers. We sit around in our underwear.
Right.
We eat ramen noodles, and we're going to go vote even though we're slackers. We don't like to do anything. We just want to eat ramen noodles and sit around in our underwear or something. It was very weird. It was,
that's bizarre.
It was kind of like that pothead, thing that used to be. I mean, it's part of the persona of a lot of like left dissidents is like, well, I'm a pothead. I just like to chill, man.
Well, it's also like 90s. That's very kind of a 90s perception of like youth. And I guess it's kind of around today, but kind of the word slacker, I mean, that's a 90s term, and just kind of the general, I don't know. Because now the youth is the youth today in America isn't seen as like, isn't seen as slackers. They're seen as like depressed or crazy. It's a different thing. But that's what's interesting about generations. That's another interest I have, actually, just generational theory. But like how the 90s kind of bleed into the 2000s. And then by like 2010s, when I was growing up, the influence of the 90s was mostly dead. But the previous, decade kind of impacts the next decade.
Yeah, well, that was like, so like the 90s left was still there, right? And it had kind of morphed into the anti-Bush left. And it was like, you had Amy Goodman,
who, Amy Goodman used to be a huge deal. She's not anymore. Like, I mean, Amy Goodman is kind of forgotten. She used to be, if you wanted to hear anything that was at all anti-imperialist, you had to listen to Amy Goodman. Democracy Now! I used to stream it from my computer. Every day they would have a show, and it was kind of a left critique of U.S. society show. And Amy Goodman, Noam Chomsky, and then the anti-globalization protests had been a big deal.
That's
right?
funny because now all the liberals love free trade, so that's funny.
Right. And it was like, you think of like, you get an image of like a white woman with dreadlocks, right? A white woman with dreadlocks, like, playing bongo drums.
Very 60s, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like imitation 60s, right?
Right,
and
right,
then
right.
you get the image of like a young guy who's got like, even though it's like, summertime, he's wearing like a knit cap over his head, right? Right?
Right.
Like, and it's like they're chilling there and they're, playing the bongo drums and they're talking about like globalization is bad. And,
Didn't you say that you kind of grew up around those kind of people a lot? So you
well,
were probably
as I was politically coming up, those were the people that
Right.
were on the left. I mean, that's what the left was back then. I remember I went to visit my grandparents in Kansas at one point. And so then I remember like my mom and we drove to like some little college town near there. And there was an anarchist bookstore like near there. And there was like, it was like that. And it was like, it was just like a bunch of zines, right? That was a big thing. Zines from before the internet, they had these like photocopied like magazines that had like poetry and articles about, capitalism being bad. And right, there was that, the punk scene, right? The zines and the, and it was this little like anarchist bookstore in Kansas, like in some college town. Right. And I remember they had MIM notes, the Maoist Internationalist Movement. They had their publication there.
That's funny.
Yeah. And it was just, I don't know. And then it was like, Democracy Now! And then you know about Anti-Flag?
No, what's that? Explain.
Anti-Flag was this punk rock band that like became popular like in Bush's first term. And they went around doing shows, like punk shows that were kind of like anti-capitalist, right? And I bought a couple of their CDs, right? They had, their songs were against Bush, like Bush is an evil authoritarian and we need working class movements. They like redid Woody Guthrie songs and stuff. They were this leftist punk band that was around, and they did Rock the Vote. That was a big thing. Rock the Vote.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and it was like a tour of all these kind of like leftist. This was the age of emo, right? Of like Blink 182 and who else? Blink 182 and I don't even remember. Like these kind of like, you know what emo was?
Yeah.
It was like the age of that. Blink 182 and who else? Reliant K and like these emo bands that did this like kind of sad punk rock music about killing yourself, basically.
Right.
And and they did their tours, and it was like they were against Bush because Bush was like a dumbass. He was like stupid, and I don't know. Right. And then Hemcar's pointing out vote or die, right? So then that was the big thing among like that crowd, was like Bush was going to reinstitute the draft. And
I remember at the debate, they asked him, I've been seeing rumors on the internet. He says that famously. Yeah.
Right. And I didn't even catch it. I watched that debate and I didn't catch it. I thought he said internet, because like, why would you say internets? And everyone was making fun of him, the internets. Right.
That's kind of like the cliche about Bush, that he was like stupid, right? That he was just kind of a stupid guy out of touch with the world.
Yeah.
So I guess it fed into that.
Right. And the other thing was that like Bush, like I feel like that was part of the stereotype, but a more accurate stereotype was he just didn't care. He was kind of a party boy. Right. That was really like, because he'd been arrested for like being drunk at a football game or something.
Right.
And all of this. And and that like, I feel like some of his mess ups were not mess ups. It was just him making jokes. Like he did things that he thought was funny, and it was just kind of like frat boy humor. Like, he the blind guy, like he called him like, hey, my guy in the shades over there, it was like,
right.
And he like waved at Stevie Wonder. That was like famous. Like he was, waving at Stevie Wonder, like he can't see me. Ha ha ha. He's blind. Like, that's kind of like rude. It's like that South Park kind of humor. Like that
South Park was big back then too. Yeah. That's another kind of cultural moment in the 2000s, right?
Right. Well, South Park, that's kind of like South Park's thing was like making fun of the left because they're self-righteous. It was annoyed with the left for being self-righteous, but it was also like conservatives all hated South Park because it was, it used dirty language.
It's a dead. I mean, it's just a dead movement at this point. There's no one who fits into that kind of demographic that Matt and Trey fell into in the 2000s, where it was like anti-left for being PC, but hated by the right for not being PC. It's like kind of just, you don't see that anymore because now the right will be anti-PC and will defend anything. It's just, I mean, it's such a relic of its time.
Yeah, there used to be. Yeah, the thing was there used to be like the religious right used to be a lot stronger, right? And that if they came out against something because they had bad language in it or something, like all the conservative apparatus would go along with it because they were not. You didn't have people opposing them. And that was a lot of the South Park stuff was making fun of the religious right and how uptight they were, right? Like that was a huge part of it. Was that the religious right was annoying and uptight, and yeah, that was kind of their attitude. And that then Tipper Gore, right? Tipper Gore,
right? Yeah.
She was a Democrat, but she was really into that. And she didn't she send the police to go arrest I think Jello Biafra, one of the punk guys, she had his home raided over his albums or something, it was wild stuff like that. Right. And music censorship was a thing that a lot of Democrats would go along with, but it was the religious right. The evangelicals were the main thrust behind it. But a lot of Democrats, moderate Democrats, would go along with it because it was something that would get them points with more conservative voters.
Well, that's when Democrats actually won in the South. I mean, that's the difference. It's just Democrats used to actually be able to run a guy in Louisiana and be able to win a Senate seat or something. So it's there was factions in the parties, and there's no factions anymore. There's kind of factions, but they kind of all agree on the major issues, and it's kind of just cultural now. I mean, that's what I think of kind of, at least on the Democratic side. I feel like it's more so on the Republican side. There are factions, or at least two: Trump, and then kind of anti-Trump, and then anti-Trump without saying that you're anti-Trump, so it gets kind of confusing. But it's not the same thing as back then.
Yeah, Al Gore I think a lot about Al Gore now. We didn't know anything about him. He was just, from Tennessee. I'm Al Gore, right? Tipper and I. But if you actually look at him, he's actually very interesting. Like that whole line about "I invented the internet," that's what they used against him. That is actually a really the U.S. government engineered the computer revolution as a strategy. He was telling the truth, and it actually points to intelligence like you wouldn't believe. And Marilyn Ferguson was his personal spiritual advisor, and went to his home all the time. That's the Aquarian conspiracy lady. And after the election, you remember he went into nature and he grew his beard really long.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
He was really into some occult shit. He was really into new age kind of.
Well, he was tied in with Apple. That's how he got rich. He got Apple stocks. Steve Jobs is just like him, so you got to think about it like that. Whatever Steve Jobs represents from kind of the ruling class, Al Gore represented the same thing. So just think about it like that. And what do they believe? That's what you always try to figure out.
Yeah, the other thing I did not know about this, and when I found out about this blew my mind. So, we know about the Million Man March, right?
Right.
1995, Minister Louis Farrakhan has a Black Power rally in Washington, D.C. that the establishment really doesn't like. And Bill Clinton made a point of just not being there and not commenting on it and all of that. 5 years later, the Nation of Islam, right before the 2000 election, they had the Million Family March. Right? Have you heard of it?
No, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Yeah, well, I learned about this. It was fascinating. So, Al Gore was presenting himself as Serbia, the bombing of Serbia had been the model, right? And Republicans were the ones that were saying they didn't want regime change back then, right? And so the Nation of Islam is an anti-imperialist, Black nationalist group. And so they teamed up with the Unification Church, with the Moonies, right? And they had the Million Family March on Washington, which was a march against gay marriage, against abortion. And it was also Black power and anti-imperialist. And it was subtly saying to Black people, don't vote for the Democrats because they don't agree with you on social conservatism and they're pro-imperialist and they're regime changers.
And Cynthia McKinney was very close to the Nation of Islam, and she held a press conference. She was a Democratic member of Congress. She held a press conference, in the U.S. Capitol building, announcing she wasn't voting for Al Gore. Right? That was and she spoke then at the Million Family March.
Right.
And Daniel Ortega spoke at the Million Family March.
He was out of office then, right?
Yeah, but he was the leader of the Sandinistas, and he sent a video message, the former president of Nicaragua. And the Million Family March was not very big. It was quite small. It was just like the Nation of Islam, all their friends, and the Unification Church and all their people. And they had this rally that was like subtly saying, don't vote for the Democrats because they're more pro-war, is basically what Farrakhan was saying.
Right.
They're more pro-war and be socially conservative, because the Nation of Islam are socially conservative.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at the Million Family March, like what was going on there? That was very interesting. The other thing that I would always hear about from the Workers' World people was that they were very known as, Ramsey Clark had broken the sanctions on Iraq. He had delivered medicine to Iraq, right? And Ramsey Clark had wanted to be prosecuted. Like it was illegal to deliver medicine to Iraq. So he went to the airport with a bunch of medicine, held a press conference. I'm going to Iraq to violate the sanctions. I'm going to be arrested, And the U.S. government didn't prosecute him because they didn't want him to get attention. It was like a publicity thing, right? And it was the International Action Center, Workers' World Party. They'd all gone to Iraq, and the idea was like, we'll hope the U.S. government will prosecute us for giving medicine to the Iraqis in violation of the sanctions, right? So like anyone that was sympathetic with Iraq and Saddam Hussein was they knew about. And during the 2000 election, the Workers' World Party talked about how the International Action Center, there were all kinds of wealthy Arab Americans who gave half their money to Ramsey Clark, the International Action Center, and half their money to Bush.
Right.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that is funny.
Yeah, and that Bush was it was kind of subtly, the anti-imperialist camp subtly thought that Bush was going to be better for them.
Well, he says it in the 2000 debate. Gore says something about how he brings up the Balkans, and he says that should be our motto, that we should step in when they need help. And Bush says, I don't believe in nation building. My friend here believes in that. I don't believe in that. And
and he says, I don't think it's America's job to just go to these countries and tell them how they got to be. It was weird. And the Arab world was and I remember after 9/11, they did specials on Muslim Americans. And it says Muslim Americans, tend to vote Republican. And that was true. It was and in that election, it was totally true that Muslim Americans, and even weirder, you want to know how much things have changed. The Iranians voted for the Democrats.
Right.
Like Bill Clinton and Al Gore, they did fundraisers with Shia Muslims in California because the Iranians hated Iraq, and Iraq was the main threat. And so the Iranians were actually for the Democrats, right? And the rest of the anti-imperialist camp was for the Republicans. And then Bush got in 9/11 and whatever. But it was very weird. And that you had the Million Family March, which I look at the videos, it was on C-SPAN. You watch it, and it was like the Nation of Islam and the Unification Church and Daniel Ortega have this rally to subtly, not directly, but to kind of nudge, vote for the Republicans because they're less pro-war. Very weird how things evolve and change. This orientation, a lot of people, they have it in their head, this eternal, the left is always the most anti-imperialist. That's not actually true. And that starting in the 90s, towards the end of Bill Clinton's tenure, you started to have this feeling the Republicans were slightly more anti-imperialist. Then Bush got in, and then 9/11, neocons, whatever. But now it's we're kind of pivoting back to where we were after the fall of the Soviet Union. And Reagan didn't want the Soviet Union to dissolve. Did you know that? He wanted
by the end.
Yeah, he wanted them to be capitalist. He wanted them to have market reforms, but he didn't want them to dissolve. And there were a lot of Republicans that were saying the Soviet Union shouldn't dissolve because it'll create chaos, right? And the demolition of the Soviet Union that Bill Clinton carried out, that was the Democrats. And that there were some Republicans that were saying this is not going to have a good impact long term. I think that's very, very interesting. What else is on your mind these days?
I've been thinking a lot about, I brought this up earlier, but generations. Have you ever read that generation book? Steve Bannon, he always talks about a certain book about generations and generational theory. You should look into that. You'd find that interesting.
What's the book called?
Fuck it. I forgot. You can probably look it up. Just type in Steve Bannon generations. It's very interesting. He has this whole theory about kind of I guess it replaces kind of the Marxist theory of history, but instead it puts in the theory of generations, where it's generations repeat. So there's 6 different generations through the years, and then each every 100 years it repeats. So it's like a cycle. It's very bizarre.
I don't know about that though. I feel like a lot of the generation stuff is just stupid, like marketing, right? Because like the whole generation gap thing in the 60s, that was marketing. That was like getting boomers to be like, I am not like my parents. I gotta grow my hair long and buy rock and roll. Yeah, you know, it's like I don't know. And I think about like it seems to be very, very much about marketing, right? I mean, I'm a millennial, I guess. And like, what is a millennial?
Are you? What year were you born?
I was 1987. So yeah.
Yeah, millennial.
Yeah, I'm about to turn 38. I'm a millennial, right? You're a Zoomer.
Yes.
Right. And then above me is Gen X, and then Boomers behind that, right? Right? Or is there that's
that's it.
Yeah.
There's, some people put intergenerations. You ever hear about this? There's a middle one between Gen X and Boomers. It's called Generation Jones. That's what Obama is. So sometimes people put in like little gaps where it's like you're not really a Boomer and you're not really Gen X. Like you didn't go to college when Nirvana was popping off, and you don't really remember like the music of the 60s because you were born in like 1962 or something. When was Obama born? I forget, but somewhere around there. So it's like Generation Jones. So they create like little.
You're like on the very tail end of being a Boomer.
Exactly.
So that's interesting. And like a lot of the Boomer thing I don't get, right? There's all this stuff now about Boomers that at the time, the stereotype was they're all spoiled brats, right? We're becoming less authoritarian. But I mean, the main thing was that U.S. society had a booming economy. Like that's the main factor for the Boomers is that the 50s and 60s, the U.S. economy was the strongest in the world. It was the highest life expectancy and living standard in the world at the time. And they grew up with that. But in a lot of ways, Boomers are much more conservative and have had much harder lives I mean, you know, like a lot of, even though U.S. society was kind of liberalizing at the time, like a lot of Boomers, like they said the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school. Like when I was in school, we did it once a week by the time I was in high school.
I did it every day in elementary school, but never again afterwards.
Yeah. In elementary school, we did it every day. And then we did it like once a week. And, and then, but like Boomers, a lot of them had like mandatory military training practically as part of their school. Right. And that like, even in like elementary school, they had like, they were training kids to be crossing guards, like they were traffic boys or crossing guards, and they had like a uniform and they like marched and and it was like a lot of the like authoritarian Boomers went through a lot of that because U.S. society was still adjusting. Like we still had things were very rigid and like
and all their parents were messed up by the war, and by the Depression. So you had these parents who like had no idea how to raise a child. Were like traumatized by like the worst war ever, like World War II. So you'd see your buddy, his leg get blown off in the Pacific, and then you just have like you'd have to raise a kid. I mean, so they were just dealing with kind of like I guess a hellish home life. I feel like that feeds into it a lot too.
Well, and also even though the Boomers grew up with a very good economy, they were like raised by parents who'd been through the Depression when people were actually starving to death on the streets. And so a lot of them they do have like, like very tight spending habits and are very good with money. It's not like the Boomer stereotype is based on contrasting them to their parents, but based on everything that's happened since then, like the Boomer stereotypes just don't hold for me.
Right.
That Boomers are they were in that moment in history. But, and like I've heard people like people my age, they start complaining about their parents. They're like, oh, they're Boomers. They're so selfish. I think our generation is more selfish than the Boomers are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe the Boomers were selfish compared to their parents, but, but like, no, I mean, I don't think Boomers are more selfish. I don't buy that. That's just not my experience. And with a lot of these things, it's like, the stereotypes of the generation are the stereotypes of like what the rich kids are doing in like New England. You know what I mean? It's not what everyone in that generation is like. You know what I'm saying? It kind of reminds me like here's another thing. Like during the late Bush years, I think there was a meme on the internet, or it was a thing that was going around. It was called "Stuff White People Like."
Right. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, and it was like, and I was in college at the time, and I had just started college. I was a freshman. Bush was still in office, and like all the communist like Facebook groups and all that are sharing, oh, this is hilarious stuff white people like. And I looked at it, and I'm like, I don't know any white people who like this. And it was like Starbucks coffee, SUVs, black political prisoners, fair trade coffee,
I don't, and it was all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know any white people who like this. You know what I mean? Like, it was like
Right.
a stereotype of like an urban, like yuppie, middle class, like suburban. Well, but I grew up around white people. I'm like, what white people is this? You know?
Yeah.
You know, and I remember thinking like, what? Like, I'm looking at this, and it was about a completely different. It was about Seinfeld characters, basically.
Right.
Right, and it's just like that's just not how most white Americans are. I mean, or were at that time. I mean, maybe a large percentage of them were. And that was the thing I remember about the Tea Party when it first got going. It was very much a suburban thing.
Yeah.
Right? It was big SUVs. You know, I remember we went to protest the Tea Party Express when they came to Cleveland. That was like the Tea Party
That's awesome.
tour. Yeah, and it was just like all SUVs. Like we were like, it was the fairgrounds in Ohio, in the suburb of Cleveland. So we were protesting, and it was like, you know, you had to drive into the fairgrounds, right? And it was just loads of SUVs. It was just all SUVs, a very suburban car, very expensive.
Right.
Yeah, and it was and then I remember there was a guy who came out and like tried to have a fist fight with us. And he was actually quite poor, right? And he was like
Right.
a far right, like he was a Vietnam vet, right? And he gets out of his car, and like you look at his car, like his car was like very beaten up, and this was like kind of a poor guy who was like far right. He was like, you know, like a John Birch Society kind of guy, and he realized he was outnumbered, and then he you know, but he was excited he was going to get into a fight with some leftists, you know. And he got out of his car, and you know, and he was a Vietnam vet, and he was like ready to fight us. But I remember looking at him and thinking, this guy's actually pretty low income, right?
Yeah.
And the far right tend to be like low income, like the John Birch Society, the Ku Klux Klan kind of people. They tend to be, you know, lumpen almost, like people that have been in prison. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's not who the Tea Party was. The Tea Party
No.
was like suburban Republicans. I remember that, you know. Yeah, this guy gets out of his car and he walks over to us. He's like, it's been years since I beat up a hippie or whatever. And he's coming over and he's going to like fight us. And we're looking at his old beat up car. And it's like, you're outnumbered, dude. There's like 25 of us and there's one
Yeah.
of you know, and he just kind of backed away, went back to his car. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah. Got out of there.
Yeah, right. You know, but it was kind of funny. But like that guy was like something actually far right. And that was another thing too, is like there were Vietnam vets who were in gangs.
Right. Right.
Rolling Thunder. Do you remember? You know about Rolling Thunder?
No.
So I guess the bombing campaign of North Vietnam had been called Operation Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, I know that.
And so then, like, there was a group of like bikers who were Vietnam vets. You had to be a Vietnam vet to be in it. Like, and they would like if you looked like them and wore the jacket, they would beat you up because only Vietnam vets had the right to wear the jacket or whatever. And they were called Rolling Thunder, and they were just like a gang of motorcycle guys who had fought in Vietnam and were right wingers. And I guess they started counter protesting Iraq war protests, like during Bush's like second term, like Rolling Thunder. Right. And it was just like, they would like get all their people together. And it's like, we don't like protesters. They disrespected Vietnam or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was a little weird. And, you know, they were just, I don't know. They weren't very effective at doing it, but it was just like for a while they were like counter protesting any anti-war rally. It was like you'd have Rolling Thunder would show up, and it would be a bunch of like boomer guys that had been in prison and, you know, were drug dealers and criminals. I mean, this was a criminal organization, and they're probably all dead now. I mean, at this point,
yeah,
you know, but they were like Vietnam veteran bikers. That was a big thing. I remember Rolling Thunder, and you know, it was weird. It was like they were going to mobilize to like support the war in Iraq or something. It's funny because now all those guys are probably against the wars. Now they're really, if they're alive, they're like Trumpers and think the wars are bad, you know?
Right.
But yeah,
it just shows you that all these things are so fluid. You know, there's nothing is set in stone when it comes to kind of I guess people's views or their opinions. Maybe their labels are set in stone. You got to work through the labels because everything else is fluid. You can literally get anybody to be on any position you want if you present it the right way and you make them feel like you are talking to them and making them feel like, you know, they're being heard.
Yeah, I remember the summer of the 2008 election. I was in the Workers' World Party, and I had an internship in Detroit, and I was like,
was there a celebration at the Workers' World Party after Obama wins?
Don't get me started. I mean, I even wrote articles. Like, you know, I think I wrote an article. You can probably dig it up. It was like right wing rise in anger after Obama went. You know, and it was, but like that summer, right? I was in Detroit, and we had a campaign to stop home foreclosures, right? And so I went to like all the Obama rallies in Michigan, and I went and saw Obama. You know. And then we had a national day of action for no war against Iran, right? And so they actually flew me to LA to build the LA rally for no war on Iran, right? And so I spent like 2 weeks in LA, like putting up posters and stuff for no war on Iran. And we had the rally, no war on Iran. It was just kind of, the anti-war movement, like people would go to each other's rallies and stuff. And Persians showed up with like baseball bats. There was a fight. Like it was weird. Like all these like right-wing Persians showed up and they were all old. So it wasn't much of a fight, but they were wearing like baseball caps with the Shah's like,
exiles.
logo.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the lion and the sword. And it was like, there was like a fight, you know what I'm saying? And the LAPD just kind of stood back and watched us fight. And then they arrested a random Workers' World guy who wasn't part of the fight. Like, like you've been on their list. It was pretty wild. But then that day we had like a national day of action to oppose war against Iran, like during the election. And that day, every single one of those rallies was counter protested, right? And in North Carolina, they had like a little rally and Rolling Thunder showed up and like there was almost a fight with them. And in New York City, the Mujahideen Khalq, the MEK. And it was weird. That was like some deep state versus deep state shit going on. I realize now. It was like, that was Obama wanted to do the Iran nuclear deal. He wasn't even saying that really. I think he said like, I'll talk to Iran, but he wasn't. But it was like the Iran nuclear deal was a big division in the ruling class, right? And so it was like Workers' World, for whatever reason, because we had been friendly to Iran or whatever, we got the memo during the election, have a no war on Iran rally. And then the people that were against it, like the anti-Iran networks, they were activated to go against it. And I realize now that was some like deep state versus deep state shit going on. And we were being used by Obama. We were setting the stage for the Iran nuclear deal. And the other people were opposing. You know what I'm saying? It was weird.
Right.
It was very weird. And there was a lot of stuff like that where it was like, it was like I look back on it now and I realized we were like chess pieces in a bigger game that was going on, and I didn't know it. I just thought we were just being good leftists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
2008 is also it's also the start of kind of I guess it's not the start because Pat Buchanan, but it's kind of the reemergence of the non-interventionalist with Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
Who wasn't, I guess, vocal in her anti-warness, but she kind of gave off the general vibe of being anti-establishment, which people associated with kind of an anti-war position, which is really the birth of the Tea Party, and then Tea Party to Trump, and then Trump to MAGA or whatever.
It was neoconservatism wasn't working anymore. It had just kind of been played out. So the Republicans, like almost immediately as Obama was getting elected, they all suddenly were libertarians and they were doing far-right stuff. And like Glenn Beck was on TV, and like Sarah Palin, she's a Republican, but she had originally been in, like, I think her husband was on the board of the Alaskan Independence Party, which wants to break Alaska away, which is like a libertarian organization. Right. And she was like one of the most vocal opponents of the federal ID. You know what I'm saying? She was very, very opposed to the federal ID, like a federal ID being created, which was like a big issue for the far right. And that she was a Republican. Yeah, she was a Republican who was associated with like the 90s gun culture thing, right? Which is big in Alaska, right? You have a lot of like survivalist kind of people in Alaska.
Right.
She had kind of come out of those circles and gone into republicanism. She was dumb, right? A lot of those guys are very smart and they wouldn't trust one of them, but like she was married to one of those like survivalist far right guys, but she was dumb, so she could like we'll offer you, like, you can be the governor or you can be a famous politician because you're dumb.
Right.
Well, I hate to say it, that's actually how politics in America works. Is like they will promote you if you're dumb. You know what I'm saying? They don't care, right? But it's like you have to be dumb. Like you can't be smart, right? If you're smart, they think you're dangerous, right? And so it was like she was somebody who was respected in those circles, could get like those far right guys to vote for her, but she was actually dumb enough that they could manipulate her, you know? And then her whole like persona was like, I'm dumb. Like that was her, like that's why people love her. And that was a big part of in the 90s there was a whole thing about like that show Clueless that was on TV. Do you remember that?
No.
Oh, you never heard of that? Clueless.
I've seen the movie, but never the TV show.
Yeah, well, they made the movie into a show. And it was just like, it was a whole thing of like dumb girls, like dumb, you saw Legally Blonde. That was a thing. Right. It was like dumb girls are hot. I don't know. That was like a thing, right? Like dumb women are very attractive. That was like part of the culture back then. Very anti-feminist. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it was just part of the thing. And so it was like Sarah Palin was like, it was like a slap in the face to this like crazy feminism. She's dumb and we like her because she's dumb. That's how women are supposed to be. And that's like traditional and American or something. Right. It was weird. I don't think she was actually that dumb. I think she worked very hard to look dumb,
Right.
you know, it was like, I'm going to look dumb and therefore people will think I'm beautiful and attractive, kind of, you know?
Bizarre.
Yeah. No, Cecily
that-
McMillan, the Occupy Wall Street political prisoner,
Right.
she actually tried to do that too. She had like, I'm going to be activist Barbie. That was like her, I don't
What
know.
the fuck? That's
Yeah, it was totally
bizarre.
weird. Sorry, back to what you were saying. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
you were we've been kind of talking about it throughout the discussion, but about the '90s gun culture. Where do you think that, like, because I know it kind of booms after Waco, but it existed before Waco because all those people were kind of involved. I mean, they were Waco. So where does it all like lead back to? Is it all just kind of John Birch people, or like kind of '70s cult movement? Where does like this whole like anti-government, anti-NAFTA kind of oppositional force in American politics? When does it like enter the scene?
Well, that's interesting. So I know like Farm Aid was a really big deal in the 80s, right? There were all these farms going out of business, right? Out west, right? A lot of these like small farmers were losing their farms, and like I think
Dylan did a concert for that.
And a lot of like leftists were involved in it too, but it was like the farmers are going out of business. And then some of the stuff that the Farm Aid people would say was actually kind of like anti-imperialist. Like they would complain about sanctions on the Soviet Union, how it like hurt the price of agricultural products and stuff like that. And then Pat Buchanan, you know, he was like a far right, you know, like, you know, and he wanted protectionism, he wanted to build a wall, and he wrote The Death of the West, right? And there was some of that, and Pat Buchanan's presidential campaigns were like criticizing the Democrats. There was some of it was manufactured, some of it was just that gun companies wanted to make money, right?
Right.
And that was kind of, it was like, if you're going to be a real far right person, you must own lots of guns. Like, and so like, that was like, it was kind of like a scene, right? It was like, you know, it was like part of the commodified identity of being a right winger was that you owned lots of guns. So some of it, but some of it was organic. Like, I think in its essence, it was organic. Like what started it was organic. It was just far right rancher guys out there that there's always been a layer of those kind of lower level capitalists who own land out west, and they are against the government, and they are survivalists, and, you know, they're self-made men. No one's going to touch me. You know what I mean? That kind of, you know, those guys, they had John Birch Society beliefs, Mormonism. A lot of them are Mormons. That's the other thing.
Right.
You know, a lot of them are Mormons. Now, the Mormon Church doesn't want to be associated with this officially, but you have fundamentalist LDS, which is like a breakaway that still holds on to the polygamy and all of that. And then you also a lot of them are like religiously Mormon, but they're like more radical and far right than the Mormon Church would ever embrace, right?
Right.
And if you go to Utah, Idaho, and all that, you have a layer of people who like own land out there. They've owned for generations. They hate the federal government, and that used to be part of Mormonism. Like the Mormons used to, until the 50s, they swore an oath of vengeance against the American government, right? That was like part of like Mormon culture is you kind of hate the federal government, though that's changed in the last 2 decades. But at one point, being a Mormon, you were a subversive in America if you were a Mormon, right? So there's this kind of subversive undercurrent that came out of Mormonism. They owned a lot of land. Then the John Birch Society had come through, and they liked the John Birch Society because it was like anti-establishment, right wing, and you had the culture of kind of like, we're going to do our own thing out here, and gun ownership was a big part of it. And then gun control became a thing like in the 70s, right? Liberals started really pushing gun control. Originally, gun control had been conservatives, right?
Yeah, right. Reagan.
Then, because liberals were associated with the peace movement, suddenly, you know, and there's an episode of All in the Family where Archie Bunker is like opposing gun control, right? Like, you know, and it's supposed to be like Archie Bunker is like your stereotype of a stupid Nixon supporter, right? And like he does like a commentary on the local news channel about like why we don't need gun control. And he's like, I think everyone should have a gun. And it's the international bankers that want to take our guns away and all of that, you know, and then he like they watch it on TV, and he turned to his son. He's like, wasn't that great? And the son is like, that's the stupidest commentary I've ever heard or something. It's like, it's really funny, but it's like already that like the gun control movement, opposing gun control, having a gun, it's kind of like a Nixon thing. Like you don't like the peace movement, right? You like guns because you're a big, strong man, and you don't like hippies, or girly men or whatever, right? You know, that was the stereotype, right? And it was starting with that. And then you had the John Birch Society, and you had this, and it was like gradually came into existence. When I was a kid in the 90s, I remember there was a guy in like one of the little towns in my area who owned a flower shop, and everyone would talk about how he was nuts. He was like a militia guy who was nuts, right? And he would always see black helicopters. That was the funny. So black helicopters, that was a big part of the gun culture. Every helicopter looks black when the sun is behind it.
Right. Right.
So it's like, you know, if you ever see a helicopter, it's a black helicopter, right? And
Yeah.
the black helicopters, the UN was going to invade the United States and create like one world government, right? And like the sovereignty of the USA was going to be taken over by the UN, right? And the proof was that the USA had signed some international treaties, right?
Right, right.
And then they would read like the International Declaration of the Rights of a Child, right? That says that like a child has a right to have an abortion, right? It says
Right.
that, you know, stuff like that. And so they would read all of that and say, well, this is actually the international law they want to create.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
It seems like Alex Jones is really the modern day like current. He's like the guy that still exists within that framework that still is relevant in American politics.
I had a relative, like a cousin or a first cousin, who lived in Ohio, and he worked in computers. Like he ran the computers for like some like little county. He was like their computer guy.
Right.
And he voted for the Constitution Party in 2000.
Right. Weird party.
Yeah, and Anthony Perutka, right? And Chuck Baldwin.
Yeah,
right.
Chuck Baldwin, yeah.
Good for them, right? And it was like God, family, republic. And he didn't support the war in Iraq because he said, yeah, Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but there's a whole bunch of dictators. Who cares? Like, it's not our business. Like, that was kind of his attitude, right? And he was very paranoid about China, though. Like, and he listened to shortwave radio. That was before the internet. You had shortwave radio.
That's bizarre. Oh my God.
Yeah, all the far right people listened to shortwave radio, right? And it was a weird shortwave radio was like a weird mix because you could listen to Cuban news. Like there was no RT back then, right? There was no RT. There was no. So if you wanted to listen to like anti-imperialist stuff, you could listen to shortwave radio. I'm like, you had Radio North Korea, Radio Pyongyang, and like once a week there'd be a broadcast on shortwave radio from Pyongyang, and you could listen to like the writings of Kim Jong Il read out loud. And so shortwave radio, it had like all this anti-imperialist stuff on it. And then it also had, you know, anything from America was like gun culture.
Right.
And then there used to be, I guess there was no RT, but there was in Nicaragua, the Sandinistas had a radio network based in Nicaragua that did shortwave broadcasts, the Radio Network for Peace International or something like that. It was like a communist like thing. And there was the Cuban broadcasts on shortwave radio and stuff. But yeah, he listened to shortwave radio, and anybody on shortwave radio was, you know, it was like, you know, they're coming to take our guns away. But then they all thought China controlled the UN, right? Like that was a weird thing. It was like China was the real enemy, right? And that like there's going to be a Chinese invasion, right?
Right.
That was a weird thing with those folks too, is there's going to be a Chinese invasion. Our leaders are saying China's not a threat anymore. They're not communist. They actually are. And they're going to invade. And our leaders, like, we need to get our guns together and we need to build up our military to prepare for the Chinese invasion. And our leaders are all bought off and paid for by China, and they're not doing it. That was a really big part of it. And it was part of the protectionism against China.
Right.
It was also like anti-communism, and like China's going to invade, and they're going to win because their army is so big, right? It's like they've got so many people, they'll like outnumber us. That was like,
that's why we need militiamen. Yeah.
Right. And so like China's going to invade. That was a big thing if you ever talk to those far right kind of people. China's going to invade. The UN is secretly controlled by China. Our leaders are working for China and bought off by China, so they're not preparing us for the big Chinese invasion.
Right.
Yeah, I remember those people. They kind of disappeared after. It's always whichever party is in power. Like if there's a Democrat in power, the far left kind of disappears.
Right.
And if Republicans are in power, the far right kind of disappears. So as soon as Bush was in, these people were kind of invisible. They existed to some degree or other, because I guess I was in an area that was so conservative and so Republican, you would still see them occasionally.
Right?
But for the most part, they disappeared. They were a big deal in the 90s because Bill Clinton was the president. So then these people were there. But like there was like I would notice them, like even in my little area, they were very rare and far between, but you knew them. Like I had this relative who voted for the Constitution Party. The other thing I remember is that, you know, we were required to learn about the Holocaust in school, right? Like that was in English class, of course. You don't learn about it in history class. You learn about it in English class.
Right, me too.
That's where the indoctrination, you know, in like we read Animal Farm in English class to learn about communism, right? English class is where you get the indoctrination. You're reading novels that like give you a political thing. And like the narrative of the Holocaust we learned is that it happened because the USA doesn't invade countries, right? If we need to carry out regime change wars, you know, that was the narrative. But like there was one girl who was like a year above me, right? And her father took her out of the Holocaust classes, you know?
Right.
because he didn't believe in the Holocaust, right? He thought the Holocaust was not real, and he didn't want his daughter to hear about the Holocaust, right?
It's like sex ed. It's his equivalent of sex ed, taking a kid out of sex ed.
Right, and he actually like had his daughter taken out of when we read Night by Elie Wiesel. His daughter wouldn't attend that, and that was like, but that was really rare, and everyone thought that was really weird. And I guess
I would imagine.
And the guy, I think the dad had been in prison, right? He had been in prison, and he was probably tied in with like Aryan Brotherhood or something, and he just like was enough of a like serious like far right white supremacist that he actually did that. And that was, but everyone like whispered about that, like so and so's dad is a crazy Nazi, you know, like
you got to be a public Nazi to do one of those. I mean, that's not like not a casual right reactionary flirts with it a little bit. Jesus, dude, you are
that was
sticking to it. Wow.
Yeah, that was very rare. Like that was like that was really, really bizarre and out there. And it was like, and you would occasionally see something like that, right? You know, but for the most part, the far right disappeared when Bush was in office because they all rallied around Bush, right? And you had to support Bush. You know, that was just how it was.
Right. What do you were you going to finish something, or can I ask something?
No, go ahead.
Okay. What do you remember about Columbine? Because that's also tied into the whole gun culture and kind of militia culture. Because I don't know, all this speaking about militia, it's making me think of and Michael Moore. What's that Michael Moore movie? The gun movie that he made.
Bowling for Columbine. It's a great movie.
I've seen that. That's very good. But he speaks to the militias. He speaks to kind of the NRA guy. What's your general thought about that kind of milieu in the 90s and 2000s?
Okay, so what I remember about Columbine was that after Columbine, like the public response to it was many, many levels of dumb. And I guess we can talk about how like we were lied to about it. But like, for example, I remember in my little town, there were like 3 or 4 guys who wore trench coats every day. Like they just did. Right. Had nothing to do with anything. And they showed up the day after Columbine, like they did every day in trench coats, and they were suspended from school because, oh my God, that's a threat. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and they didn't even know about it. They didn't watch the news or whatever. So they showed up the next day at school, like they had, oh my God, you're threatening everybody. You're trying to be a trench coat mafia. You know, there was that, right? That was dumb. The other thing that was weird was, so the official story that like mainstream media ran with, like Oprah and all of them, was it was because of bullying. Right. The kids have been bullied, which actually wasn't true. It turns out like one of them actually was a bully and the other was like mentally disabled and was just kind of like he latched to the, you know, it was like one of them was
Dylan
like,
and Eric.
Yeah, I think was it Dylan Klebold was the one, or no, Eric Harris was the one.
Eric is fucking crazy. I mean, Eric was like a sociopath, and then Dylan was like kind of like a depressed, probably schizophrenic, almost kind of a guy who was just looking for kind of a leader to latch onto.
Right. And so, but the narrative became they were bullied. So then it became this thing that if somebody's getting bullied, they might become a school shooter.
Right.
So it's like, and like, so it's like a kid's already being bullied. So that now it's like, oh my God, so-and-so is being bullied. I bet they're going to kill us all, you know? And so then, you know, so it was like weird. It's like, so let's make it worse by then. Not only are they being bullied, but now like, you know, any story they write or any clothing is going to be scrutinized because they could be a potential shooter. That was so weird. Like that was such a messed up, you know. The other thing was that, and I remember this, like a lot of teachers thought they were like private eyes. They had this like fantasy in their head that like there's going to be a school shooting and they'll stop it and they'll be like a great hero.
Like President Trump got guns for the teachers, where he's trying to give teachers guns.
Well, it wasn't that bad, but I mean, a lot of people said that right then, that we should have guns, right? And I used to joke that like, you know, if they had guns, I would have been shot many times. The teacher just like, you know, I raised my hand, boom, you know, all right, next question. You know?
Right.
But no, but like people said that they wanted teachers to have guns, but it was just kind of a thing people said, right? It was, but what I remember was that like a lot of teachers, it was like they were like on the lookout for anything that could be considered a threat, because it was like if they discovered it, they would be the great savior, they would be the great hero. You know what I mean? So like, awesome. You know, if they heard you singing song lyrics that had violence in them, they would report it immediately, and they'd walk around for 3 days like, yes, I heard something. I heard something, and I said something. I am a great person. And it was like, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to dog on teachers, but you know, the teaching profession in America, they're not paid very well, and you know, you get a layer of people, especially in like high school teachers, like, you know, elementary school teachers, they like kids, right? They want to, but you know, high school teachers, you get a lot of like,
I don't know, people who just want to, I don't know what you want to say, right? There's a lot of like male high school teachers in particular that are obnoxious human beings. You know what I mean? There's a fair number. And a lot of them, like, they had it in their head that they were going to be, it's kind of like, have you ever seen the movie Observe and Report?
No, explain it.
Seth Rogen made this movie called Observe and Report about a mall cop who is just like, his mom's an alcoholic. He's got nothing going on in his life. He never finished high school. He's a mall cop, but in his mind, he's like a private eye who like solves crimes or something. He's like this heroic, like, cop.
Yeah, I think I've seen something about that.
Yeah.
Familiar.
And a lot of teachers turned into that. A lot of these male teachers, it's like, you're a teacher. You're a teacher at a small town high school.
Yeah.
You know, but they in their head like, well, I'm gonna hear the kid say he likes Marilyn Manson and report him to the principal immediately, and then we'll discover a big cache of weapons at his house, and everyone will see that I saved the town from being the next Columbine.
And then the local women will hear, and maybe he'll get a new wife. Who knows?
Right? Yeah.
He'll replace his old model. You never know.
Probably right? Exactly. And there was
maybe the teenage girls will look at him as a hero. Perhaps it's always tied into it.
Well, that's the other thing too. So that happens a lot, right? These men would have sex with high school students. That happens a lot, and it's a serious crime. It is a serious crime.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah.
And I think nowadays, but people didn't take that seriously. There was a situation that I was aware of. I won't say where, but it was like a teacher had done that and gotten the girl pregnant, right?
Yes.
And they tried to fire him for that, obviously, right? Yeah. But the family didn't press criminal charges. And because the family didn't press criminal charges, the teachers union was like, well, if you're accusing them of that, there has to be a criminal.
Right.
And that there were men who fucked high school kids and didn't go to jail for it.
Right.
And didn't get fired for it. And I remember that was an aspect of small town culture in the 90s. And I think about that and I'm just like, how the hell? That's serious. That's fucked up, man. You know, and it was just like, unless the parents charged the guy with statutory rape, they couldn't fire him from the school. And that kind of thing happened a lot. And like in a small town, people aren't going to do that because the humiliation, like everyone knowing and the trial, a lot of times that wouldn't happen. The parents are not going to press charges. And yeah, like that. And you think about and nowadays, I think in the age of Me Too and stuff, you know, it doesn't happen as much, which is thank goodness. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that was a thing in small towns. You'd get like teachers, coaches, and all that would have sex with high school girls, and nothing would happen. Like, I mean, that is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's another thing. You see, I'm just so wired into 2000s culture. You ever see To Catch a Predator? That's another. Yeah, there you are. Kind of you would always get those kind of weird men who you get some teachers, and then you'd also get kind of right-wing kind of militia men who were trying to like prove their masculinity and try to, I guess, lose their virginity a lot of the time too.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, another thing I remember was, so I went to college in a place called Baldwin Wallace, which is in a small town called Berea, right? It's like a suburb of Cleveland. And the local news did like a 5-part series about people looking at porn at the public library computer.
Right.
And they had a hidden camera in the library, and it was like they would have like the reporter, like the person would be looking at porn, right? And then like after a while, then the reporter would walk up to them with the microphone. What are you looking at there, sir?
Yeah, right.
And they did like a 5-part series on this. This journal, this local news, and it was like going after 12-year-old boys who were looking at porn in the public library. And it was like, and so the Daily Show ended up mocking them for it, and they sent a Daily Show reporter to like make fun of the local news in Cleveland about that.
Right.
And it was like they had one of the Daily Show guys walk up to the reporter and be like, "Are you jacking it?" You know?
Yeah. Right.
I mean, it was like the local news did like a 12-part story where they had a hidden camera in the public library and were like, you know, like catching teenage boys looking at porn in the public library, like kind of like Catch a Predator. Like,
right.
You know, what have you been looking at there? Want to share with our viewers?
Right.
Stupid. So unbelievably stupid.
The internet itself was just a weirder place. And I always try to place myself in that when I kind of read about the 2000s, because I just can't really get to it, because even right now, the internet is just so massive. And growing up in like, I was born in 2003, so I kind of came to consciousness in, you know, the 2010s. So back then, I remember the internet feeling even smaller, a lot smaller than it does now. And then compared to the 2000s, it was so much bigger. So it's like I can't even like just understand how small it was.
So you had a permission slip form every year to allow you to look at the internet.
Right.
And that there were a number of parents in my town who wouldn't sign it because they thought the internet only had porn on it. They didn't know that, like, yeah, and like the school had all kinds of like blocks, so you
you're not gonna watch
anything practically.
Yeah.
But they were convinced. They'd never heard of a computer. They'd never been on a computer, and they didn't know what it was. And they'd heard on TV that the internet has porn on it, and so they wouldn't sign the form, right? And they were like, and there was stuff like that. The other thing was my mom's a librarian, and there was a radio host, Dr. Laura Schlesinger. You know the name?
No.
She was like a conservative radio host who was quite popular. She was actually an Orthodox Jew. Dr. Laura Schlesinger was her name, right? And she was on Fox. All right, she wasn't on Fox. Fox hadn't. She was on like regular radio, and her big thing was that public libraries shouldn't have the internet.
Right.
And that was her big thing. Public libraries should not have the internet because kids could see porn on it, right? And so like she actually called on like people, and people did this actually.
Yeah.
They showed up at the libraries, and they would like, it was like a protest. They would like sit in the computer chair and refuse to get up because they're protecting kids from porn.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And like these old people would just, I'm not moving. These kids could look at this computer and see porn, and I'm not going to let it happen.
Right.
I mean,
that. Say what you want. They were totally right. They were right in every single way. I mean, I'll tell you what, my generation, they are addicted to porn. Porno is more common than ever before. I mean, I know people, any guy I know was exposed to porn by the age of like 10 or 11. I mean, that's straight up. And I'm not even, that's anybody.
What I remember was this would happen. Like you'd just gotten the computer, you'd gotten the internet, and you would be looking at something completely innocuous, you'd be, looking at a map of the state of Georgia or something like that. Right. And you would click a link, and then suddenly there'd be like 5 pop-ups, like boom, 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 boom. And there'd be like naked people, and you'd be like 12, and you'd just be like,
right.
I remember that. And that was part of like what made the internet kind of scary, was that like randomly, porn could just come up. Right. And it was like, there was probably a lot of people who did not consciously go to the internet looking for porn and ended up becoming porn addicted because of like stuff like that. Right. That was a big thing. So it was weird, but yeah, I remember those parental controls though that they had at school. At school, you couldn't look at anything, right? You couldn't look at anything practically, right? I guess the issue was libraries didn't have parental controls because that was censorship, right? So that's why, that's why libraries were targeted, were like an outrage, but they couldn't do it because it would be censorship, because because those parental controls would block everything. You couldn't look at anything, like search engines. I mean, it was just like crazy, like, and I remember that. And I remember one of the parental controls, it was Bess the watchdog. It was like, you try to look at something and then this picture of a dog would come up and it's like, Bess says this is not good for you or something like that.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was like that. And I don't know. And then the other thing was like when your parents would sign the form to allow you to look at the internet, right? It was like the sheet of papers was like 5 sheets of paper, right?
Right.
And it had like a procedure for like, what if you had looked at porn at school, even though you couldn't, like everything was
how
blocked,
would you find it? Yeah.
Right. And it was like, it had like long, like complicated, I just remember it had like long, complicated procedures of like what would happen if you looked at porn at school. Like, and it was also very vague. It was like, it wasn't clear what was, because like, for example, one thing kids used to get in trouble for was looking at pictures of guns at school, right? Which why not? Guns exist, right? But it was like, you're looking at pictures of guns. Guns are violent. They're not appropriate. There was a lot of like weird gray area with what you could get in trouble for. But like, everyone had a login to the computer. Like towards the end, like by the time I was in high school, everyone had a login and you could save images. And like, there were people who got in trouble because they'd saved an image of like a rifle.
Yeah.
And it was like, so what? Like, I mean,
especially if you're 18, you're a legal adult, you're allowed to own a rifle.
Yeah.
It was like, well, the implication was you might be trying to plan a school shooting or something. It was
Right.
weird stuff like that where you could get in trouble for like having
like the Red Scare.
What?
It's like the Red Scare.
Kind of, yeah. The other thing that was weird was that so they tended to, like, the dress code was a really big deal in my town, right?
Right.
And for women, it was pretty obvious. Don't dress loose. But they enforced it for guys too. And it was often like you couldn't have a shirt that promoted tobacco or alcohol.
Yeah.
That was a really strict, and you couldn't have foul language on your shirt, right?
Gang symbols too. You ever hear that? Where like no handkerchiefs, or I don't even know. It's like
when
so
I was in elementary school, it became popular to wear your hat backwards.
Right.
And they didn't allow that because that was a gang thing, right? They didn't allow that, right? But other than that, they didn't. I was in a mostly white area, so the gang thing.
No, I was too. So that's what made it weird.
Oh,
Like,
really?
what the hell are we talking? There's no, like, the Crips don't exist in Minnesota. I don't know what the hell we're doing. Where it's like you can't use gang signs. It was just seemed so alien and kind of disconnected from day-to-day life.
Well, I talked to people who went to public schools in Cleveland, and they talked about how crazy it was. Like,
oh shit, I could imagine.
Every couple of weeks there would be like there'd be a sighting of a gang sign spray painted someplace, and they'd have to have an assembly, and they would have a speaker go over what this gang is and where they came from. It was like a PowerPoint, and if you join this gang, this will happen. And then there was a new list of things you couldn't do because it was a gang sign from this gang that had been cited in the area. And in some cases, it was like complete bullshit. It was just made up. It's kind of similar to what Trump is doing now with Venezuela, where it's like, they just like picked it's like, so like someone had spray painted a picture of a duck, right? And then a cop figured out that some gang based in another state used a duck as its symbol. So they'd have to have a school assembly to go over the history of the cartel of the ducks and and then any kid who came to school with a picture of a duck on his shirt got arrested, like that was pretty nuts. And I mean, thank goodness, that's ways the black community really just got jerked around very badly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously gangs are a bad thing, but like the gang paranoia was pretty stupid, and like popular rap songs would be declared to have gang messages in them and stuff like that. And that they would, I don't know. It was like, that was a weird like paranoia. The other thing that I remember was I was in a little town, but we had anti-drug speakers every year. We've talked about this before. And we had one speaker who came, and I will never forget this. He was just like an anti-drug lecturer who went to different schools.
Right.
And he played his guitar, and he played a guitar that he'd written about Madame Curie, the chemist or whatever. Right. And he played a song, Madame Curie was an amazing, chemist or whatever. And he said, all right, kids, what do we know about Madame Curie? She was a famous chemist, but she was not allowed to join the National Academy of Sciences of France. Why? One girl raises her hand. Because she did drugs? Nope. Another person, because she was a woman. He's like, that's right, because she was a woman. Imagine how she felt. But, after she got rejected by the National Academy of Sciences, her life was so awful, she could have made bad choices. But did she join a gang? No.
What the hell?
Did she smoke weed? No. So if Madame Curie can get kicked out of can be denied the Academy of Sciences, because you can make the same decision too, no matter how hard your life is.
Bizarre.
You don't have to do drugs, and you don't have to join a gang. I thought that was so ridiculously stupid. And I look back on that, I'm like, that is like, Madame Curie is existing in France in the 1800s. Like, she's not going to join the Crips. Like, what?
Yeah.
I just, it was like, but that was the quality of the speakers. Some of them were very good, I will say. A lot of them that came out of like evangelical,
right.
Some of them were actually very good, but some of the speakers, it was just like, how did they find this dumb?
Yeah,
person?
I never got anything that was remotely religious with the speakers in school. It was always kind of like pseudo hippie liberal kind of speaking down to you. That's what throughout my school days, that's what it always seemed like.
So I went to a public school, right? You went to public, so it's illegal in the United States. You can't do any religious indoctrination in a public school. But I was in a really small town where they violated that rule all the time, right? And like the little town that I first went to was called Dalton, Ohio. It actually shares a high school with another town, right? And I guess in the U.S. like federal law is that you can take your kid out of school for so many hours a week for religious services. There's like a set number of hours, right?
so what they did is they incorporated that into the school. So every Tuesday, the school like shut down for half the day, and we all walked across the street to the Mennonite church. And it was like, well, it wasn't in the school, but it was like, that's not what the law means. The law means that you can take your kid out of school to go to church somewhere.
Right.
But they abused that. But then I went to Orville for like the rest of elementary school and high school. And in Orville, they didn't do that. They didn't like shut down, but they every year there'd be a Thanksgiving assembly where it would be a sermon. A preacher would come in, and it was just a preacher came in and gave us a sermon about being thankful, like, and read the Bible and all of that. Every year we would do like a Christmas play in elementary school, and the Christmas play would be something, non-religious about Santa Claus, but then it would end with us singing a Christmas, Christian thing, and we'd have a manger scene.
Did you do a Christmas concert?
Elementary school, yeah, that's every year. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It was like a little play we would do, but it would just be a bunch of kids singing songs. But then they would always like write into it like a manger scene at the end. You know what I mean? And the other thing was that when I was in high school, they had a program, and this was very interesting, where like during study hall, right? During study hall, you were just in the study hall. Sometimes they would let you go to the library, the school library, and then they had a program where you could just talk to a pastor. And like a pastor would be there, and he would be in one of the spare rooms, and you could get out of study hall by going and hanging out with the pastor during study hall.
You ever do that?
Oh, every time, man. You think I wanted to sit there and be bored in study hall? So I used to go to like, and I would be really rude and obnoxious. I'm kind of embarrassed. I was an obnoxious teenage boy, and I was a religious skeptic. And so I would go and just play 20 questions with them, and I would be rude and sarcastic. And yeah, it was like, you would just sit there and ask the pastor any questions. Right. And I hated the conservative religious culture. So, and I like one of the pastors, I remember, I asked him about like different races or whatever. And he pulled out the Bible and read to me about how Noah's son Ham looked at Noah when he was naked and God turned him black. Like that was intense, right? Like that's some like old school, like racist shit you don't hear anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, and how like black people are descended from Noah's son Ham, who looked upon his father and mocked him when he was naked. And so God turned his skin black. And I remember that. I was just like, damn, like nowadays, like
fucking bizarre. Yeah.
If a pastor came to a school and said that, he would like leave the school in handcuffs,
Right. Yeah.
And I just like, I remember that. And there was a couple other things I remember I got the pastors to say that were kind of weird. I remember one of them didn't know what anti-Semitic meant.
What?
Right.
How?
Oh, well, what it was,
what's going on?
It was, I think, I had raised the question about Al Gore had Joe Lieberman as his running mate.
Yes, yeah.
And this pastor was going on about how that should be illegal because we're a Christian nation and no one who doesn't believe in God, or no one who doesn't believe in Jesus should be allowed to be a president or whatever. And I raised my hand. I said, isn't that anti-Semitic? And he said, what does that mean? He didn't know what that meant. Like, I remember being like, wow, like you're dumb. But yeah, and that was weird. And so, yeah, they'd have a clergyman kind of there and you could just ask them 20 questions. And that was weird, and that's probably illegal, I think,
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
and
they can do that.
Yeah. I don't know how they got away with that. And that was illegal. And, I mean, we'd have a lot of stuff though. I guess it wasn't religious. It was just right wing. Like we'd have a Veterans Day assembly and it would always involve some veteran, of the Vietnam War coming. And then he would start talking about protesters and how bad anti-war protesters are, and why we need to just support the war in Iraq and we need to support the military. Like that would happen.
Did you get any dagger eyes when that was going on?
Of course, they all everyone immediately looked at me like, see, they're talking about you, Caleb. That was always, trying to remember. There was a couple other things like that and then I also like the orientation that you would do. Like, you would have to go like before school started, there'd be like a meeting where your parents would, and it always like they would start talking about how you're not allowed to look at porn on the computers. You're not allowed to have obscenity. And then it would escalate into, and our culture is so sinful. And we need to get back to the Bible and people clapping. Amen. That's right. Bring God back. It turned into like an evangelical rally kind of, right? It started with just explaining the policies, but then it turned into.
Is that what just every kind of public mass culture became in your little society there?
So the thing is,
religious thing,
it was different, right? So like the area I grew up in, it had been historically Mennonite, right? Which is, like a lot of that. But then like mega church culture had come in. So it was like mega church culture, mainland evangelicals were kind of competing with old school Mennonites. But in the South, it was very different. In a lot of areas, it was just evangelical mega church culture, right?
like in the South, and in a lot of places, a lot of just small towns. Mega church culture kind of took over small towns in general. The area that I was in was particularly unique because it had this like Mennonite, Amish, background. So it was kind of a weird mix, right? Of like very old school traditional people that almost are like Orthodox Jews. Like there was a kid who grew up like 3 doors down from me. And his parents had a TV, but they did not have an antenna. So they could only watch videos, right? Because like TV
probably
was
Christian videos, right?
yeah, and they watched their parents' wedding like hundreds of times. Like
Oh my God.
and like stuff like that. And they
no wonder they're going on the computers looking for porn. If that was you had nothing.
Right.
You
And
watch weddings, come on.
Yeah, and they also they drove a van, right? They could drive, they could have cars, but it had to be white or black. They could not have a car that was any color other than white or black. It's like I'm in New York City. I meet people who grew up as like Hasidic Jews. It's a very similar kind of thing where you're allowed to have technology and stuff, but there's a huge amount of rules around it, right?
Yeah.
A huge amount of rules, and there's a huge effort of like what you're not allowed to do, and that's kind of like the very traditional Mennonite types are like that, right? It's like very, very. They're kind of like that, and that was just kind of, there were a lot of people like that, and the mainstream evangelical megachurch people are not like that at all, right? They drink, they smoke cigarettes, smoking is kind of considered bad because it's bad for your health, right? A lot of them will tell you that smoking is like sinful because it causes cancer or whatever, but they drink and all of that. But a lot of, like in my town, for example, you weren't allowed to talk about alcohol. Like the teachers had to sign like they wouldn't be seen at the local bar because that would set a bad example for the kids. Because the Mennonite folks, they thought drinking alcohol was not okay, but like most in the South, evangelicals, Baptists, Pentecostals, they drink, you know what I mean?
Right.
They drink stuff like that. But yeah, in the 90s, it was like any place that was like a small town, like a rural area, or like this, a rural area would be kind of taken over by evangelical culture. And the suburbs, I think, were about 50-50. Yeah, like half the suburbs weren't as bad because it was like there were people from other countries, there were people, so it wasn't as bad. But like rural areas, it was all evangelical, all religious, right? And then suburbs were about 50-50. And then urban areas were a different thing altogether. Urban areas were very heavily policed, very, very heavily policed. People tended to be very, very religious, but it was also like the police were everywhere and gangs were everywhere. And, and it was, gangs weren't really everywhere, but this paranoia of gangs. That is a weird, I look back on that. It's kind of like, I've heard that like the Venezuelan government talks about like people have been deported from the United States because they're from a province of Venezuela called Aragua.
Right.
And there's a gang that trained Aragua, and it's like, stupid shit like that. And it's like, it was kind of like that, where it's like anything could be a gang sign, and, and then we all know the secret, which is if you're wealthy enough to hire a lawyer, you're fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's, I watch, my girlfriend is really into like true crime. So I'm always watching like body cam. So I'm always shouting, get a lawyer. Don't talk to the police, get a lawyer. And that's how you notice if somebody's kind of wealthy or not, because they have some kind of interaction with like lawyers in their life. Their family members are a lawyer. So they kind of understand that cops aren't there to help you, and they're kind of question authority a little bit. They're willing to question authority, probably from less restrictive parents. So you kind of have this, the cops just screw over poor people,
Yeah. And that was a lot of it. Like, and that was a lot of like that post Columbine culture was basically, you can go after a poor kid for anything. Right. If the kid's parents don't have money, you can suspend him for, you can kick him out of school for, looking out the window if you want, because what's he going to do? Right. Hire a lawyer.
all the quote unquote signs they look at are like kind of signs of like isolation from culture, which I would guess, and I would probably be pretty sure of, that a lot of kind of lower income people would be drawn to, because they would feel so isolated from kind of mainstream culture. Therefore, they would kind of turn to guns, or like, I feel like Obama, guns, religion, and what does he say? They cling to guns, to religion.
Right. And then that was the other thing, is that you did have a layer of like lower income kids who were, maybe they were like conservative in the sense that they believed in guns and they were like not anti-racist or whatever, but they were not like, their parents would go to like rock concerts and shit. You know what I mean? Like you had a layer of people like that were like low income, but their parents like, were into the Grateful Dead, or, took them to punk shows.
And, they're not tied in with kind of a conservative project to any regard. They're just like anti kind of, I guess what we'd call woke now.
Right. Yeah, there was that, and that existed too. So it's all very interesting. So wow, Carter, it is always fun to talk to you. We are way past the 4-hour mark, and that's good. We're off to a great start. So I will what's that?
Whoa, we went a while. Wow.
No, we did. It's good. You always get me talking. So I'm going to probably end this stream here, right? And then we'll restart. I'll set the restart time for after I've had a lovely Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, we'll be back, folks. So yeah, we'll be back. We're going to try to do 8 hours today. So we've done the first 4. So there we go. Thanks, Carter. Yep.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep.